Chapter 719. Nagato Munekika's slash was much more powerful than the previous samurai of the Kondo family. Its speed was also on a completely different level. Windchaser also planned to pull out the sword he had been carrying to block the attack. He just thought that he had never learned to use this kind of thing at all. If he used it, it would be an obstacle, so he simply abandoned it. After awakening Greedy Wolf Star, a stronger fighting instinct than before drove him to remain calm even in the face of Nagato Munekika's sword technique. Pull out your sword, half-demon beast. Nagato Munekika quickly cut into Xuefeng's half-meter range. The blade in his hand turned into a cold light as fast as lightning, cutting a hole in Xuefeng's fiery red robe. If I know how to use it, I will definitely use it. But what can I do if I don't know how to use it? I'm also desperate. Xuefeng pushed violently, avoiding the cold light of Nagato Munekika's blade, while thinking about how to deal with this thicker and thicker demon beast aura. The success of the Greedy Wolf Star's call only brought some changes to him, and there were also a few forbidden abilities. As for now, he injected Inuyasha's body. He didn't know if those special abilities could work on this body, but he had to give it a try anyway. Otherwise, looking at this guy who used the sword to hack him to death, there would be no end to it. After taking a deep breath, Xuefeng suddenly stopped, and his hands hung down naturally. Nagato Munekika didn't seem to care. As long as there was a slight flaw, he would slash horizontally. Xuefeng opened his eyes fiercely. At the moment when the blade was about to cut him in half, an afterimage was instantly transformed. Nagato Munekika only slashed the afterimage left by Xuefeng. Star power, lightning speed. The awakening of the Greedy Wolf Star brought about a magical ability. It didn't need a lot of demonic power to support it. As long as the stars in the sky still existed, it could bring about a magical ability like solidifying blessings to the Greedy Wolf Star. So fast, Nagato Munekika suddenly felt a sense of danger. His eyes quickly caught the opponent's figure. However, in the sacrificial plaza, the naked eye was unable to completely capture the half-demon's tracks. The sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger. When it was so strong that Nagato Munekika's heart seemed to jump out, he instinctively moved his body. But even so, a strong force still hit him in the waist. Nagato Munekika's body flew backward, directly hitting the altar made of wood. Rumble. Looking at the collapsed altar, Xuefeng looked at his fist in astonishment. Admittedly, this punch did not go all out, but to be able to create this kind of power, it seemed to be due to the bonus of speed. He had some understanding of this. After activating the Greedy Wolf Star, his combat instincts were rapidly transforming. Master was defeated. Master has been defeated. In the shed, a servant of the Nagato family screamed at this time. He wanted to run to the square in horror. This half-demon beast had defeated the witch and knocked down the powerful samurai of the Kondo family. Now, even Master Nagato, the descendant of the fox demon samurai, was no match for it. It was too horrible. Miss Tsukihime, please let Ashigaru take you away immediately. Drive faster and faster. The only remaining samurai of the Kondo family gritted his teeth at this time. I will block the half-demon beast Inuyasha. Needless to say, the samurai of the Kondo family was still very loyal. However, Zixing couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. This half-demon beast Inuyasha actually has that kind of terrifying speed. Where can he escape to? Zixing's thoughts were like a tide at this time. She was restless. She stared at Inuyasha, who stopped after defeating Nagato Munekika. Suddenly, she had a wonderful feeling of suffocation. She shook her head and quickly recited Heart Sutra in her heart. This was originally used for Emo Xiaofei to calm down, but at this time she had to use it. It was ironic, but at this moment a loud noise suddenly came from the collapsed altar. A large amount of wood soared into the sky at this time. Then it was burned by blue flames. Then it fell from the sky again and smashed everywhere in the plaza. The villagers who had not had time to escape, as well as the Kondo family and Nagato family hiding in the shed, fell into a chaotic situation. Several Ashigaru protected Zixing. One of them was directly hit by the huge wood burning with blue flames. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. However, in an instant, a broken piece of wood rushed toward her again. Zixing took a deep breath and had to use the recovered monster beast power. It's just that Kondo Tsukiheim only has a human body, so this little monster beast power can't be transmitted out at all. She didn't know if she would be reset like Emo Xiaofei if she died. She didn't close her eyes and wait for death. Even if it was death, she had to witness it with her own eyes. As the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, she would not allow herself to retreat in the face of death. In a split second, a red figure flashed. Zixing just felt that her body suddenly became light as if she was being carried. Then there was a loud noise. It was the sound of the flying round wood hitting the ground. This powerful half-demon beast begged her. "Are you okay?" Zhuefeng lowered his head and looked at the pale woman who was being carried with both hands. "Did you save me?" Zixing also said, subconsciously. Zhuefeng was taken aback, then nodded and said casually, "I don't know why, but I have the urge to save you anyway. Woman, stay aside. That guy is coming." "That guy?" Zixing was startled, but she found that this half-demon beast was staring ahead at this time. At the place where the altar collapsed, Nagato Munekika had stood up at some point. It was just that Nagato Munekika, who stood up again at this moment, was indescribable. One of his arms had become abnormally large, like the claws of a wild beast. It was propped on the ground, and 3 waving white tails grew out of his back. The clothes on his body had been torn apart, revealing at least half of his body, which was full of strange, bright red, wriggling flesh. A layer of blue demon beast power visible to the naked eye was entwining Nagato Munekika's body. His face had already become half-human, half-demon, which was extremely horrifying. Master has become a demon beast." A horrified scream sounded. The sound seemed to alarm Nagato Munekika at this moment. He waved his hand suddenly, and a blue fireball blasted out instantly. Then there was a scream. The screaming guy's body was completely burned to ashes. "Damn it. You said I'm a demon beast. You look even uglier." Zhuefeng put down the woman he saved casually. At this time, he had no time to care about her. His gaze locked on Nagato Munekika. "It's really ugly." Nagato Munekika suddenly quieted down. He looked down at himself, then slowly raised his head. Suddenly, his expression distorted as if he was possessed. He screamed, "You let me expose such an ugly posture in front of the world." The tail behind Nagato Munekika opened in an instant. Dozens of blue fireballs emerged around his body at the same time. With Nagato Munekika's scream, dozens of blue flames blasted out wildly at this time. Anyone who has seen this form of mine can go to hell. Boom, boom, boom. The entire square exploded wildly under Nagato Munekika's frenzied attack. Star power, lightning speed. Zhuefeng grabbed the woman's hand in front of him with one hand, but they had already arrived outside the square in an instant. "Woman, go quickly." Leaving a sentence, without waiting for the other party's reaction, Zhuefeng rushed directly into the square again. Nagato Munekika was completely in a frenzy at this moment. The range of his attack was getting larger and larger. Even the original Nagato family members were affected at this moment. They were hit by the blue fireballs and burned to death. When Zhuefeng returned again, he saw a guy dressed as a samurai running back and forth in the square at this time. He kept waving his hand toward the attacking blue fireballs. After the fireballs were slapped away, the samurai quickly helped the people who fell to the ground. He was saving people. "Are you not afraid of death?" Zhuefeng yelled at the samurai. The samurai did not turn his head. Of course I am. But I can't leave you to die. Don't be idle. Save as many as you can. Juefeng was taken aback and nodded subconsciously. Lightning speed. Nagato Munikika, who fell into a frenzy, seemed unable to control the explosive power. He only knew how to release it crazily, but his body could not move. He just blindly released the destructive blue fireballs, which gave Juefeng and the samurai time to save people. The injured or frightened villagers were rescued one by one. The last one. Juefeng looked at the samurai who returned again and frowned. Are you really not afraid of death? Let's get rid of this guy first. Otherwise, there will only be more disasters. The samurai took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Thank you. Thank you? Juefeng was taken aback. The samurai said calmly, I was lost for a while, but when I saw you saving people, I woke up a little. No matter where I am still me. Weird guy. Juefeng shook his head. But you are quite like my brother and me. I am not a monster. The samurai smiled. Don't talk nonsense. Let's get rid of Nagato Munikika first. Otherwise, this unripe rice village will be destroyed. After this disaster is over, I will treat you to a meal. Okay. Juefeng nodded. Seeing that the samurai raised his katana and approached Nagato Munikika first, Juefeng did not hesitate and used lightning speed again, but the samurai stopped suddenly. Unripe rice village? This is unripe rice village? The rhythm of annihilation? Wait, the samurai style of speech just now doesn't seem to be the style of Yen Wuyue's world. Even if I can't see the true face, the mutual attraction between people will still lead me. It's great. On the hillside, the servant girl suddenly heard her master's voice and saw a smile on his face that had not appeared for a long time. So she smiled with him. Master is happy again. Chapter 720. Miss Tsukiheim, it's too dangerous here. Several Ashigaru surrounded Zixing at this time, not giving her any room to resist. They pulled her away from the ritual square, quickly. When faced with danger, it was human nature to escape as soon as possible. Zixing was very weak at this time. She was so weak that even these Ashigaru couldn't resist. In the face of this life-threatening situation, these guys who were loyal to the Kondo family, even if they disobeyed the young lady's orders, they needed to take her away. Even if they were punished later, they didn't hesitate. Our horses are still in Nagato's house. We need to rush back as soon as possible, and then escape from unripe rice village. Several Ashigaru quickly pulled Zixing away while eagerly discussing the escape. Zixing had no time to pay attention at this time. She even felt that if she did something at this moment, she would probably be knocked unconscious and taken away directly. Who is it? At this time, an Ashigaru quickly stopped and looked in one direction nervously. On the path of the mountain stream, 2 villagers of unripe rice village slumped on the ground in horror. Ashigaru put away the spear pointing at the other party. It seemed that they were fleeing. He relaxed immediately. Lord, please take us away. One of the villagers pleaded in horror at this time. My brother is injured. He can't move now. With that said, the man moved out an unconscious man from a statue next to him. I'm sorry. Good luck to you. Ashigaru shook his head and quickly took 2 steps back. He looked at his companions, intending to protect the young lady and leave directly. Zixing frowned at this time. Wait. Young lady, now is not the time to be kind. Shut up. Madam Purple Star snorted coldly. Her majestic gaze swept over Ashigaru, scaring him so much that he did not dare to speak. Zixing bypassed the stone statue on the road at this time, but she saw not only the villager just now, but also an old man hiding a little further behind. The old man had fallen to the ground. She didn't know if he was dead or alive, but the one lying next to him was the unripe rice villages which... Zixing quickly walked to the side of the unripe rice, which and found that her face was pale and unconscious. It should be because of the half-demon's punch. The old man next to her should have wanted to save the witch, but in the end he died of exhaustion. Is this the witch of unripe rice? And as Shigeru walked to Zixing's side at this time and looked down, why is she here? Zixing shook her head and extended her finger to the witch's wrist. However, the moment her finger touched the witch's wrist, she suddenly stopped. The body of the witch in front of him was faintly discernible, as if it had suddenly become transparent. Look, not far away, and a Shigeru from the Kondo family suddenly screamed in horror. Zixing subconsciously looked at the villager with the younger brother. These people all had the same symptoms at this time. Their bodies were gradually fading away, but he didn't seem to be aware of it. He blankly looked at the gazes gathered on him and said in horror, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? My lord, tell me. How did this happen to me? He didn't know why he lowered his head and looked at his hands. He suddenly collapsed to the ground in fright. What's wrong with me? Save me, save me, save me. His legs began to disappear, then his lower body, then his upper body, shoulders, and finally only his head connected to his neck hung in the air strangely. However, he still tried to open his mouth in horror, and his eyes showed despair and horror. Finally, even his head gradually faded away and disappeared. The strange scene made the Shigeru of the Kondo family not dare to speak at this time. They looked at their companions in horror. In their lives, they would also suddenly disappear. Zixing opened her mouth and vaguely seemed to catch something. It was a flash of inspiration. The reset of time had surpassed all the known means in the world. Even Kalone's Shinryu had no way to reverse time. This was already a means that only the legendary Holy Immortal could have. No, even the Holy Immortal couldn't reverse time, let alone the entire village. Sure enough, it's an illusion, but where is the origin? Where is the origin? Zixing lowered her head and bit her fingers. She recalled, frantically, reassembling all the information she already knew. You guys go and see if all the villagers of the unripe rice village have the same situation. Zixing suddenly raised her head and stared at the Shigeru around her with a sharp gaze. Milady, it's too dangerous here. Let's go back to the Nagato family first, and then leave here as soon as possible. If we don't find out about this matter, none of us can leave. Don't you see the appearance of these villagers? I'm afraid the next one will be us. Zixing had to scare these guys. Okay. Miss Tsukihime, let's go right away. Go. However, in a short time, and Shigeru ran back in horror. He looked horrified. Miss Tsukihime, you are right. The people in the village are all the same. They are starting to disappear one by one. It's just a little slow and a little fast. Milady, it's the same here. It's the same here. The Shigeru brought back the information. At this time, Zixing glanced at the unconscious, unripe rice village, which on the ground. The witch's body had faded by more than half at this time, almost becoming a semi-transparent state. But even so, Zixing's group did not have any abnormalities at this time. Sure enough, it's only limited to the villagers of the unripe rice village. Zixing stared at the unripe rice village which on the ground. The speed is because of the problem of power? No, some old people in the village also disappear slowly. Some young and strong people disappear directly. What is the reason? Milady, look over there. Zixing looked in the direction of the sound and saw a clear light rising from the direction of the sacrificial square. It was the demonized Nagato Munikika. Around Nagato Munikika, there was a figure flashing constantly, attacking the half-demon frantically. At the same time, another figure rushed out in midair. The speed was not fast, and it seemed to be a little strenuous. He carried a katana and attacked Nagato Munikika. Master Nagato. No, Nagato Munikika, this demon, seems to be suppressed. He is going to escape. That is the location of the Nagato family's mansion. On the square, stones flew from the ground, and then gathered around the samurai. Then these stones were like bullets shooting toward Nagato Munekika frantically. Seeing this scene, Juefeng couldn't help but stop. It's too familiar. This means is too familiar. There is also the sentence mentioned just now. I came to this world inexplicably. Should the Big Brother and Zixing in the cinema be the same? Big Brother. The samurai's hand stopped and looked at the young half-demon. Big Brother. It's me, Juefeng. Samurai. Mo Xiaofei's hand suddenly paused, but he quickly nodded. Deal with Nagato Munekika first. We'll talk about it later. Okay. Juefeng nodded heavily. Big Brother. I want to use some of my newly acquired power. You should be careful later. Mo Xiaofei was startled, then nodded. Juefeng took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, and the hair behind him moved without wind. Star Power, Godspeed. Star Power, Greedy Wolf Soul Guide. Greedy Wolf Soul Guide attracted ancient wolf souls. Every wolf soul was said to be transformed from the current greedy wolf that had died. Not successfully attracting an ancient wolf soul into the body was equivalent to gaining an additional power. In theory, the final form of Greedy Wolf Soul Guide could attract all the greedy wolves of the past generations into the body and become the true Greedy Wolf Star Lord. But that was very far away for Juefeng. At this time, he could only successfully attract an ancient wolf soul in front of him. Even so, it was a real benefit. At present, Juefeng's Godspeed speed was temporarily fixed in a range. If he wanted to increase his speed again, he could only train in the future. However, after Greedy Wolf Soul Guide, he obtained part of the power of an ancient wolf soul, and his strength improved again. Juefeng's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and the ground seemed to explode instantly. At this time, Juefeng, who was holding the body of the half-demon beast, Inuyasha, blasted toward Nagato Munekika like a cannonball. One punch, just one punch. A punch that Nagato Munekika couldn't react to smashed on his face. Bang dash! Nagato Munekika smashed through the wooden railings and fences. This simple punch dislocated his ugly face. Finally, his body was blocked by a huge rock before he stopped. Seeing this, Mo Xiaofei directly gave a thumbs up to Juefeng. Juefeng said, Big Brother, this guy is not dead yet. Look. Nagato Munekika rose into the sky at this time, seeming to flee. Juefeng stepped on the ground again without saying a word, and his body rushed into the sky. On the other hand, Mo Xiaofei frowned and took a deep breath. His legs slowly left the ground at this time. His body seemed to have lost the restraint of gravity and had floated up. His superpower was rapidly growing back to the point where he could fly. It's strange. It's really strange. Why is there a door in Uncle's bedroom? Chizuko Nagato still held her favorite book and looked at the wall that could be opened. Just now, Ashio followed Brother Shin into this door. Is there anything inside? Chizuko Nagato blinked and stood on tiptoe. She saw Brother Shinji move a small lamp on the wall and the door would open. Chapter 7:21. Unknowingly, the sky had completely darkened. Nagato Munekika fell into the old house of the Nagato family. Before this, he suffered a heavy punch from the half-demon beast in a fiery red robe. He easily broke through the roof beam of the house and then the floor. The moment Nagato Munekika got up, he directly spat out a mouthful of thick blood. So strong. This was the only feeling in his heart. No, it's not that the opponent is too strong, but I'm constantly getting weaker. Nagato Munekika looked at his palm with a little difficulty. From here on, faint marks began to appear on the fingers on his palm. It will disappear. The inexplicable fear made Nagato Munekika feel small. At this time, the threat from the half-demon beast and samurai still existed. I must not fall here. His body staggered, and Nagato Munekika quickly moved forward. Shortly after he escaped, two figures fell from the hole on the roof at the same time. Zhuefeng looked at the pit that Nagato Munikika smashed, while Emo Xiaofei looked around as if he was sensing something. Zhuefeng, how do you feel? Emo Xiaofei suddenly glanced at Zhuefeng at this time and saw that his face was a little pale, a little tired. Zhuefeng did not hide and said directly, "My strength increase just now is a kind of secret technique, so I have to pay a price. Of course, it's also because I'm not strong enough. But, brother, I will definitely work harder in the future." Emo Xiaofei just smiled and did not speak. He patted Zhuefeng on the shoulder and then touched his head. Whether it was in the main world or this Yan Wuiwa world, Emo Xiaofei looked much older than Zhuefeng. Strange, I really can't smell that weird guy. Zhuefeng frowned at this time. Why does it seem like he suddenly disappeared? Emo Xiaofei nodded and said, "In fact, I also feel like he disappeared out of thin air. But I think I may know where he went. Since he escaped back to the Nagato family in the end, I'm afraid he can only go to that place. Zhuefeng, remember to be careful later. There should be such a terrifying thing in the Nagato family. Come with me." The place Emo Xiaofei wanted to go was naturally the dungeon of the Nagato family. There were 2 passages in the dungeon. Nagato Munikika stumbled and finally opened the entrance of the dungeon. When he came to the fork, Nagato Munikika vaguely heard the sound coming from the direction of the Longevity Underground Palace. He knew what happened there at this time, but he had no intention of paying attention to it at this moment. He chose the direction leading to the other, holding the wall. Every step he took was an extremely heavy burden for Nagato Munikika. Looking at the faint traces that had spread to his arm, the anxiety and fear on Nagato Munikika's face became more obvious. "I will not die. Is the strongest. Faith was supporting this fading body. When Nagato Munikika reached the end of the passage, he directly reached out and touched a brick on the wall. The wall at the end automatically shrank to both sides. Nagato Munikika took a deep breath and walked in quickly. He didn't even intend to close this place. He knew that the temporary team formed by the half-demon beast and samurai was chasing behind him at this time. He couldn't waste any time. "I won't lose. I gave up my human body. I will never lose." A series of blue fireballs appeared as Nagato Munikika walked past. The floor here was polished, and a large number of wooden beams for support were added around. At the entrance at the end of the passage, there were traces of green, smoke-like gas that were slowly flowing. Nagato Munikika didn't know if it was an illusion, but when his body was immersed in these green smokes, he felt refreshed. There was a square pool in front of him. The pool was filled with black, mud-like substances. In the center of this square pool, there was a woman's corpse. Her body was already naked. But what was exposed was not her beautiful skin, but her flesh and blood that seemed to be corroded by something. Before the woman died, she was probably in extreme panic. The remaining half of her face was still intact. It was a horrifying expression that would make people break out in a cold sweat. This was one of the 3 goddesses of Zongzu captured by Nagato sect not long ago, Doju Jiming. At this time, Nagato Munikika's corpse floated above the black substance of this square pool, staring straight up with her eyes wide open. However, Nagato Munikika didn't even look at it. His body had faded a lot, and he became very weak. He couldn't even make himself do the simplest action of standing up. Half of his body was already lying on the edge of the square pool. He stretched out his hand and inserted it into the black substance, trying to fish something out of it. A low exclamation could be heard. "What the hell is this?" Nagato Munikika reluctantly turned his head and looked at the half-demon beast and samurai duo that had appeared behind him. He suddenly smirked. He was about to find that thing. "I need a little more time, just a little more time. This is the biggest secret of the Nagato family." Nagato Munikika looked at the 2 guys who wanted to get him and said in a deep voice, surprised, "My Nagato family's great research. The true secret of the Nagato family." Mo Xiaofei's face turned ugly. He had already seen the tragedy of the goddess in the square pool at this time. He had never seen such cruel means. What did you do to her? It's just letting it devour fresh flesh and blood. Nagato, Munakika sneered. Only by constantly devouring fresh flesh and blood can it maintain a certain degree of vitality, so it won't really die. Zhuifeng frowned at this time. This room is full of demon aura, which is very similar to yours. Is this the source of your power? Yes. Nagato, Munakika laughed. My ancestor once participated in the hunt for a powerful fox demon. After the fox demon died, it was torn apart. Its soul was sealed and taken away by a powerful yin-yang master. My ancestor was also rewarded with this land of unripe rice village because of his contribution. However, at that time, my Nagato family suffered huge casualties. In the end, we only exchanged for such a small piece of land. Whether it was the samurai of the Kondo family or other noble families, they were just supporting characters, but they received a lot of rewards. The Nagato family was not convinced. However, what everyone didn't expect was that we found it at the place where the final battle with the fox demon took place. Zhuifeng had no interest in the Nagato family's past, but he was interested in it. What is it? Heart. Nagato Munakika's face showed a hint of fanaticism. No one would have thought that the fox demon's heart was obtained by the Nagato family. It's a heart that's still beating. After several generations of research, we finally got a way to get powerful power from this heart. Speaking of this, Nagato Munakika directly tore the remaining clothes on his body at this time. His abdomen revealed a wound that looked like a centipede with 100 feet. Nagato Munakika laughed wildly as if he was possessed. Did you see it? As long as you put the flesh of the fox demon's heart into your body, the Nagato family can get powerful power. You actually devoured the demon's flesh and blood. Zhuifeng looked at Nagato Munakika at this time, and an instinctive murderous intent appeared suddenly. However, in an instant, when he just came to Yen Weiwa's world, the scene that happened in the small tea house by the roadside flashed in wind-chasing Wolf's mind. Those frightened faces looking at him. Please, don't eat me. The demon can eat humans. Why can't humans eat the demon? Nagato Munakika roared. Demon-eating humans existed whether it was in the main world or Yen Weiwa. Since the demon could eat humans, why couldn't humans eat the demon? Zhuifeng's shoulder suddenly sank. Mo Xiaofei patted him hard. Zhuifeng was shocked. Only then did he realize that his back was covered in cold sweat. He took a deep breath, nodded at Mo Xiaofei, and whispered, "Brother, I'm fine. I just feel that we really can't. Let's talk about it later." Mo Xiaofei said with a firm gaze, "Our enemy now is him." Mo Xiaofei stared at Nagato Munakika at this time. Due to the gap in strength, Mo Xiaofei couldn't get the truth from Nagato Munakika every time. Now was the best opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it go. Nagato Munakika. The old people in the village who suddenly died said that they died because of the curse, but in fact they were used by you to feed it in this pool. That is the heart of the fox demon. Nagato Munakika glanced at Mo Xiaofei in surprise. He didn't know the origin of the samurai, but he also snorted coldly. The weak can only be reduced to the value of food. Mo Xiaofei clenched his fist and said angrily, "What's the matter with the longevity underground palace? How can the flesh and blood of ordinary people be enough to make it full of vitality? We need a lot of powerful things to feed it." Nagato Munakika said calmly, "The black market is full of a lot of materials from the demon's body. That is the good thing to feed. But this requires a lot of wealth. The existence of the underground palace naturally appears. On the other hand, through intercourse, the men and women who fall into the abyss of bliss will emit a kind of... Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you this. Nagato Munakika." The veins on Emo Xiaofei's forehead suddenly swelled, and a heavy pressure radiated from his body. Zhu Feng also felt the heaviness in his body. He didn't know where this pressure came from, but he felt that it must be related to his elder brother. However, Nagato Munikika suddenly stood up with a wild laugh. Stupid people, why do you think I have to tell you so much? I have found it. On the palm of Nagato Munikika, who stood up, was holding a heart the size of 4 fists. The blood vessels of the heart were still spitting out some black matter. What was even more shocking was that this heart was still beating. As expected of the goddess's body, it is beating so fiercely even before being fed. You have never been so fresh. Just a piece of fox demon's heart meat has given me great power. Then if I swallow it completely. Nagato Munikika's mouth suddenly cracked open. His voice was so sharp that it almost lost its original timbre. What kind of power will I get? He bit frantically toward this beating heart. However, Nagato Munikika suddenly felt his palm lighten, and the heart that was about to be bitten disappeared. Impossible! Nagato Munikika froze in shock, staring blankly ahead. He saw the fox demon's heart rising up in the air at this time, then falling directly and finally falling into another palm. It fell into the half-demon's palm. It fell into Zhu Feng's palm. Are you an idiot? Have you forgotten Uncle Zhu Feng's speed? Zhu Feng proudly held the heart in his palm, then raised the 3rd finger directly toward Nagato. Munikika, stupid old man. My heart. Give it back to me. Bah, this kind of thing. Zhu Feng spat, threw the heart directly to the ground, and stepped on it without hesitation. It was as if he had just stepped on a watermelon. In an instant, the beating fox demon's heart was directly crushed by Zhu Feng's stomp. The black matter splashed everywhere with fragmented flesh and blood. My heart, give it back to me, ah! Nagato Munikika suddenly rushed forward frantically, but he did not launch an attack. Instead, he lay directly on the ground. My heart! Mine! It's all mine! He picked up the fragmented flesh on the ground and crazily stuffed it into his mouth like a hungry person. He has gone crazy. Zhu Feng frowned and glanced at him. At this moment, Nagato Munikika looked extremely pitiful, but at the same time his body began to fade again. Emo Xiaofei and Zhu Feng also noticed the fading this time. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream sounded. At this moment, the entire underground palace shook wildly. It's from the Longevity Underground Palace. Big brother, it seems to be collapsing. The two said almost at the same time. And Mo Xiaofei frowned, but he didn't say anything. He rushed out of this place directly. Zhu Feng didn't have time to ask in detail, but he followed without hesitation. Save me! Save me! Nagato Munikika's weak cry came from behind. Zhu Feng glanced back and saw Nagato Munikika lying on the ground at this time. His body was still so faint that it was almost invisible. He stretched out his hand. Don't grab it. No one will reach out for you, Zhu Feng said without looking back. You can't grab anything. The shattered stones fell directly on Nagato Munikika, drowning him. The white flesh was constantly intertwined in front of him. No matter how many times he saw it, Shinji Nagato felt that these scenes in front of him were extremely ugly. But there was no other way. This was his father's order. A father had supreme power over his son. Perhaps he was too numb. Shinji Nagato hated this place, but he didn't resist it. Perhaps when he got married and had children and inherited the Nagato family's business, he would instruct his descendants like this. How wonderful was it to have control over one's family. Shinji Nagato looked at a bead in his hand at this time. He heard that this bead was discovered by the ancestors when they discovered this place. After research, it could absorb the power of pleasure produced when men and women copulated. For some reason, Nagato Munikika needed the power of this bead very much. Perhaps when he really inherited the Nagato family, he would also get the secret of this bead, and he would even be as powerful as his father. An obscene voice sounded on the ground. A village girl who almost lost her mind hugged Shinji Nagato's leg from the ground at this time. She looked infatuated and stuck out her tongue. Humph! He just snorted coldly and kicked the woman away. But the woman who kicked him away didn't seem to know it at all. She seemed to have caught something and pounced on it frantically. It was a man who was also immersed in bliss. Women were really just tools. Shinji Nagato shook his head. "Ah, Miss Chizuko, is it you? So comfortable." Suddenly, Shinji Nagato heard Shio's voice. He was startled and suddenly had a bad premonition. He subconsciously looked at the entrance of the underground palace. Chizuko Nagato held a book and stood quietly at the entrance of the underground palace. In front of her, Shio was moaning under a crazy man at this time, but she seemed to be full of joy. Her body lay on the ground. Shio raised her head hard, grabbed the floor with both hands, and her eyes were scattered. "Miss Chizuko, you come over too." "Miss Chizuko, so comfortable. Pa dash!" The book that Chizuko Nagato was holding fell without her noticing. She slowly took a step back. She let out a scream. Then the entire underground palace began to shake. The entire Nagato family's old house collapsed instantly at this time. The teaching on the dungeon couldn't support it, and the stones fell one after another. The Longevity underground palace directly split open a large hole leading to the ground. The full moon hung high in the sky. How could this be this place? Mo Xiaofei relied on his memory to block the falling mud and rocks along the way until he came to the entrance of the underground palace. "Chizuko Nagato, why are you here? Isn't this child unconscious? Brother, who is this?" Zhuifeng asked with a frown. Mo Xiaofei squatted down with concern and shook Chizuko Nagato's shoulders. Chizuko Nagato raised her head blankly as if she couldn't see anything. Her eyes had lost focus and became empty. "Damn woman." Zhuifeng was shocked and whispered subconsciously, "How did she become so small?" Zhuifeng didn't feel that he had any possibility of recognizing the wrong person. Even if she was younger than the young witch he saw, he recognized her at first sight. At the same time, a trace of Cyan demon power emanated from Chizuko Nagato's body. Chapter 722. Not much time had passed. From Erex's eyes to the destruction of her beautiful incarnation, it might only be a few seconds. But for Izanami, the sense of crisis had increased exponentially as the seconds passed. With every breath, the flames on Yamada no Orochi's body soared crazily. This reminded Izanami of the monstrous power of Yamada no Orochi before it was sealed, when it was a disaster to the whole world of Yen Wuiwa. "Izanami, I said you shouldn't leave Yusun Hall. Without the attachment of the source of the fragment world, how can you, a lowly guy who relies on faith to break through the so-called divine power, be the opponent of my Kelowna ancient demon bloodline? Go to hell." Hakata no Orochi opened its hands in an instant and laughed wildly. Shitendaji's body also exploded at this moment. A huge figure rose into the sky. Hakata no Orochi appeared. At this moment, the 8 gigantic snake heads with single horns seemed to be dancing chaotically, reaching a height of several hundred meters. Then, the 8 heads hummed at the same time. The strange hiss made Izanami's divine soul feel as if it was in a small, sealed metal cage, and something was constantly knocking on this sealed metal cage. It was very uncomfortable. Erex, whose eyes were pierced by the golden light, stood up with difficulty at this time. He shed blood and tears, but he faced Hakata no Orochi at this moment. Even if he couldn't see it, he could feel what was happening in front of him. Erex suddenly sighed. Was this a situation of certain death? It seems that the answer is almost yes, right? However, Erex felt that the huge cherry blossom tree that made the world fall into a nightmare was beside him. He reached out and touched it. "Yamata no Orochi yen wuiwa, the intruders to the world are not only you and me. After you and before me, Asai," Erex finally whispered. It's time to wake up, young witch. If possible, I really don't want to do this. Come between dream and reality. Arax fell down slowly. Tsuruko? Tsuruko Nagato's body constantly exuded an aura that made Emo Xiaofei feel extremely uncomfortable. Almost at this moment, it disturbed his spirit. A feeling that his head was about to explode arose, spontaneously. His superpower came from the development of his brain. His spirit was particularly sensitive to external stimuli. At this moment, the chaotic feeling exuding from Tsuruko Nagato made Emo Xiaofei feel very uncomfortable. He suddenly held his forehead and half knelt on the ground with a cry of pain, revealing a pained expression. "Brother, how are you?" Zhuifeng panicked and helped Emo Xiaofei up directly. Emo Xiaofei was sweating coldly at this time. His face was pale, but his eyes fell directly on Chizuko Nagato at this moment. He said with difficulty, I remember. The strange shadow in the dungeon is you. This feeling is right. It's you, Chizuko Nagato, the person who made me reincarnated countless times." "Brother?" Emo Xiaofei did not answer. He seemed to feel a little more uncomfortable, but he still stared at Tsuruko Nagato. "Why is it you? Tell me. Why don't you let me come to this last day every time? Why? Tell me." Tsuruko Nagato suddenly stood up. Her eyes were still empty, but she just looked ahead. Emo Xiaofei sensitively caught something and subconsciously looked at the Longevity underground palace. The people who fell in a pool of blood were men and women. They were in bliss and did not know what happened. They were directly smashed by the collapsed boulders. However, under the stimulation of the drug, some who were lucky enough to survive were still mating like wild beasts. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they were still releasing their primitive desires. It could no longer be described as lust. It was like the hell of lust and blood. Emo Xiaofei saw Xiao, the well-behaved maid who fell in a pool of blood. He saw the strange smile on her face. He suddenly saw Bamboo again. Yes, Bamboo, the young girl he would meet first every time he reincarnated. In the beginning, at night, the pure girl came to his room shyly. "Why is she here? I need a man's essence. Otherwise, I won't be able to live. I just turned 14. Kojiro-sama, Bamboo is still a virgin. If it's you, Bamboo." At this moment, Bamboo was also like Xiao. Emo Xiaofei moved his lips. Suddenly, there was an indescribable heartache. He finally understood the source of the chaotic aura emitted by Tsuruko Nagato. Needless to say, under the sharpened spiritual sense, he easily synchronized with this chaotic aura. "Ah, kill! Brother!" In Zhuifeng's astonishment, a terrifying impact suddenly erupted from Emo Xiaofei's body. Zhuifeng couldn't even react. His body was directly pushed out and slammed into the wall. But his body didn't even stop, and he was directly pressed to the ground again. The heavy gravity pressed Zhuifeng's entire body directly to the ground. Pa! The ground shattered, shattered, and sank. If this is just a nightmare, Zhuifeng raised his head with difficulty. This was the only movement he could do under the situation of using Greedy Wolf soul guiding. The pressure that erupted from brother Emo Xiaofei, whom he was familiar with, was too terrifying. The Nagato family's mansion disappeared, and the entire Nagato family became a huge pit. All traces had been obliterated. Emo Xiaofei's whole body was upright in the air. His eyes were dull, just like Tsuruko Nagato. As for Tsuruko Nagato, she stood quietly at this time, under the brilliance of the full moon. Her body glowed with a layer of cyan brilliance. In the huge pit, except for Tsuruko Nagato and Emo Xiaofei, only Zhuifeng was left. "Destroy." A soft voice poured out from Tsuruko Nagato's mouth. As if a switch had been turned on, Emo Xiaofei waved his arm toward the distance. With a roar, a large number of houses in the unripe rice village not far away were directly crushed by the huge pressure. "Disappear." Tsuruko Nagato said emotionlessly again. Emo Xiaofei waved his hand again and crushed the place where his finger pointed. He was the demon king of destruction. In the distance, not far from the Nagato family, Zixing got up with difficulty and looked at the Ishigaru of the Kondo family, who fell to the ground. When the danger came, it was these loyal guys who gave her a push. Zixing vaguely saw the figure above the sky like the demon king of destruction. Her expression changed drastically. This is Emo Xiaofei? How can it be? Such terrifying power appeared in a human being. Subconsciously, she even began to understand why Lord Longkuin accepted Emo Xiaofei as his disciple. There seemed to be no end to this terrifying power. If it continued to grow, if the user of this power was unable to control it, if this power was released in the Lord's present world, how great of a disaster would it cause? But if this power could be brought into the right path, how many benefits could it bring to the world? Everything in the unripe rice village in front of her was being destroyed at this time. The villagers who were about to fade away turned into light spots and disappeared in an instant. Purple Star spat out a mouthful of blood. She knew that although she had escaped a disaster, her body had still suffered an extremely heavy blow. She struggled to stand up from the ground and saw that in the ruins in front of her, there seemed to be a woman standing. It was a very young girl in a white kimono. The girl in the white kimono seemed to have felt the gaze on her. At this time, she looked at Zixing with an indifferent expression. "Who are you?" Zixing had a strange feeling. She felt that the girl in the white kimono in front of her was quite strange. She seemed to ignore all the pressure around her, and her body didn't fade away like the people of Unripe Rice Village. "Your body's power has a rather evil soul," the girl in the white kimono suddenly said. Zixing's pupils shrank suddenly. She said in surprise, "How do you know the existence of Een Greedy Wolf?" "Why," the girl in the white kimono said indifferently, "I sent you here. How can I not know? Here, the last day of Chizuko Nagato." The girl in the white kimono said in a sarcastic voice at this time, "The day she never wants to face. The day she destroys everything. The day she can never see." Zixing took 2 steps forward at this time and saw the appearance of the girl in the white kimono. Why did you create all this?" "Me." The girl in the white kimono suddenly looked at the night sky. "I just want to fulfill his wish." You don't need to know." The girl in the white kimono suddenly looked at Zixing. "That person is called Emo Xiaofei, right? His spirit has not collapsed in countless nightmares. Because of this, he has been greatly strengthened. His ability should be enhanced with improvement of his spirit power. But at the same time, he was contaminated by Chizuko Nagato's chaos and couldn't control this violent power. Do you see it? What Emo Xiaofei is doing at this moment is what Chizuko Nagato once did. You said once. Unripe Rice Village has long ceased to exist. As I said, this is the last day of Chizuko Nagato." "Explain clearly," said Zixing in a deep voice. She didn't like the feeling of being manipulated. "Do you want to leave this nightmare?" The girl in the white kimono tilted her head slightly. "I can teach you how to leave this nightmare." "Why help me?" Zixing frowned. "I said you don't need to know." Zixing took a deep breath. You may not be able to leave, right?" "No man will like a woman who is too smart." The girl in the white kimono shook her head. Her body suddenly disappeared, but she appeared directly in front of Zixing. At the moment when Zixing couldn't react, her finger tapped on Zixing's forehead. Zixing only felt dizzy. At the moment when her consciousness fell asleep, she only saw a white ribbon tied around the neck of the girl in the white kimono. "Who are you?" "Mickey!" She hugged Zixing, who was about to fall, and held her body. Then she stretched out her hand and inserted it directly into Zixing's body. "Sir Erex, please wait for me. I will come out." Mickey's eyes showed a determined look. She didn't know what happened outside. She only knew that her connection with Erex was cut off. She couldn't leave everything here. Mickey's expression became extremely dignified in an instant. Then she gritted her teeth and slowly pulled out her palm. A ball of light, a strange dark ball of light with several chains wrapped around it. At this time, it seemed that it was unwilling to be pulled out. It shook crazily in Mickey's palm. "It's also a nightmare for you, right?" Mickey said slowly, but she looked at the struggling light ball and suddenly said, "Don't you want to be free? I can feel the traces of being bound by fate on your body. Are you willing? Don't struggle. I may be able to help you." "Why should I believe you?" A sharp and cold voice came from this strange light ball. "Why?" Mickey said indifferently, "Because I am a vessel with a lot of soul power. I can lend you this power." The strange light ball suddenly stopped at this time and no longer struggled. Suddenly, a gloomy sneer sounded. "Interesting. I didn't expect that guy to be the current greedy wolf. I didn't expect that Zixing and he would meet in this situation. Ha 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 ha. I can promise you. However, I also want a share of the good things like the world fragment. Evil soul." Mickey held the trapped black light ball with both hands at this time. "My power will be at your disposal. Here, you will not be bound by fate because this is also my dream." Grow, grow, grow. The constantly growing black light ball manifested a huge black shadow at this time. However, there were always several chains connecting it to Zixing's body. Greedy wolf's shackles. "How long are you going to bind me?" The black shadow screamed furiously at this moment. The black shadow finally turned into a huge humanoid shadow. It reached out and grabbed one of the chains, pulling it hard. Then it grabbed the second chain again and pulled it hard, but it couldn't break the chain at this time. Not enough. Not enough power. Not enough. I want more. It looked at Mickey greedily. Mickey's face turned pale in an instant, but she also showed a determined look. "Evil soul, take it! Snap!" The second chain broke with a sound. There were a total of 4 chains. At this moment, 2 were broken. Greedy Wolf seemed to have seen the freedom that he couldn't get for countless years and longed for again and again in reincarnation. At this moment, Unripe Rice Village quietly changed. It was like the harsh sound of a radio when it was interfered with. Under the huge cherry tree, the huge Hakata Orochi, the suppressed Izanami, Erex who fell to the ground, Mickey who blended into the huge cherry tree, Mickey who provided Greedy Wolf with a huge source of power, Greedy Wolf, Mo Xiaofei who transformed into a demon king, Chizuko Nagato, Zhuifeng, who was in whose dream? This is the Shangyu clan? At the moment when the third chain was about to break, Greedy Wolf exclaimed in surprise. Hakata! Orochi also saw this sudden change. On the 8 huge heads, the 16 eyes looked at everything at the same time. When it saw Mo Xiaofei, the pupil on one of the heads shrank subconsciously. When it saw Zhuifeng being suppressed, the pupil on the other head also shrank. The other head naturally did not miss the black shadow who was breaking the chain on the ground and looked directly at it. This annoying coldness, could it be Greedy Wolf? The fallen Lien Jin Star? It was like being accompanied by a lamp forever. Under the light, the young witch who was slowly reading ancient books in the shrine suddenly stopped and looked out of the window. When did a cherry tree appear outside? When did such a huge cherry blossom tree appear? Chizuko Nagato. Who is she? Chapter 7:23. Between dream and reality, it seems that Erex is also trying his best. Taisetsu didn't stay under the tree to rest, but came to Boss Luo and Miss Maid. Just now, there was a strange movement that made him feel very bad. Between dream and reality, this was what Miss Maid said. Meiji, there were 2 identical Meiji. One merged with the huge cherry tree, and the other didn't seem to merge. Boss, what happened down there? Taisetsu frowned. Between dream and reality, Luocho pondered for a while and quickly said, "This is Erex's special ability. According to the intelligence, Nightmare Taper's special ability can pull everything out of the dream and come to reality. Everything in the dream. Taisetsu scratched his head and then shook his head. Dream is imagination, and imagination has no limit. If Erex can pull everything out of the dream, isn't he invincible? It's not that easy. Luaccio also shook his head. Between dream and reality, Nightmare Taper can only use it 3 times in his life. It's a consumable ability. And with Erex's ability, he can't pull anything beyond the mid-level divine power out of the dream. And even if Erex can constantly strengthen his power, there's an upper limit between dream and reality that can't be exceeded. Taisetsu nodded. If there was no limit to such a special ability, then Erex didn't need to buy any service from the club. If he wanted to get everything in Yen Wuyue's world, he could do it in his own dream, and then change things between the dream and reality. Is this Erex's desperate counterattack? Taisetsu was silent. Hakata no Orochi had a complete advantage. Whether it was Izanami or Erex, they would eventually become the stepping stones of Hakata no Orochi's success. But even if he pulls the dream out of the dream at this time, can he really change anything? Taisetsu had a doubtful attitude. I don't understand his intention to drag himself out of the beauty's dream. He doesn't want beauties. Luaccio shook his head. Who is that Chizuko Nagato? Luaccio said calmly. The most complete Chizuko Nagato. Just as the boss and the employee were talking, a new situation suddenly happened under the huge cherry tree. Even the Hakata serpent couldn't immediately understand what was happening. How could there be 2 containers? The Hakata serpent could keenly sense that these 2 vessels were real, and the power they contained was equal. There was also Een Greedy Wolf. There was also the Greedy Wolf Star, which seemed very weak but was emitting a pure aura. Looking at the situation, it seemed to have awakened not long ago. As for the other Chizuko Nagato and the demonized Emo, Xiaofei, the Hakata serpent did not pay too much attention to them for the time being. However, it vaguely felt that these 2 guys could not be underestimated. There was a warning from the depths of its soul. At this time, Izanami was also looking at everything in bewilderment. Erex-sama! Just when all parties were in a state of astonishment due to the sudden change and fell into a short period of silence, Mickey, who was crazily transferring power to Een Greedy Wolf, suddenly screamed. She directly flew over and hugged Erex, who had fallen to the ground. Without the huge power of this vessel, Een Greedy Wolf, who was breaking the 3rd chain, suddenly lost its strength. No matter how crazy it was, it still couldn't break the chain's restraint on it. Of the 4 chains, 2 had been broken. There were still 2 chains left. It had gained half of its freedom. There was still half left. No. Come back. Without the powerful supply of power from Meiji, the black shadow, transformed by Een Greedy Wolf, was rapidly degenerating at this moment. However, in an instant, it changed into the state of a black ball of light and was pulled back into Zixing's body by the remaining 2 chains bit by bit. No, I'm not reconciled. You can't do this to me. I'm Lianzhen's star, the 5th star of the Big Dipper. Greedy Wolf. You can't keep restraining me. No, you have to restrain me again. I'd rather. The black light ball, at the moment when it was about to be retracted, split up very quickly. One part was directly pulled into Purple Star's body, and the other part drilled into the ground and disappeared. This did not escape the eyes of Hakata. One of its snake heads showed a mysterious look at this time. No one knew what it was thinking. But no matter what Een Greedy Wolf did, for Hakata, the most important thing at this time was to completely get everything in Yen Wuyue's world. When this world fragment was under its control, nothing could escape its control. Without any hesitation, Hakata directly locked its eyes on Izanami. After swallowing the power of this abandoned woman, it would become the most powerful master of Yen Wuyue's world. Almost at the same time, Izanami seemed to have sensed Orochi's thoughts. She bit her lips. At first, she just wanted to destroy these invaders, but she didn't expect that it would turn into such a chaotic situation in the end. Chaos. Things didn't seem to happen according to one's idea. In the ordinary daily life, you would suddenly find that such a day had come. All the bad things, all the clueless things happened in one day, making you feel at a loss. Then you would look up and see the twinkling stars in the night sky and feel your insignificance. Izanami suddenly had an idea to escape from this place, even though she had dominated this world for countless years. But after all, this was just a small world fragment, and the world was bigger than you. No matter how powerful you were, there would always be someone more powerful than you. There was no hesitation. When the idea of escaping appeared, Izanami had almost no hesitation. Even if she had an agreement with Erex, it was just a temporary verbal agreement. Both sides knew that such an agreement had no binding force at all when the purpose could not be achieved. Yamata no Orochi had already swallowed Sanguizi, as well as a large number of the souls of the 8 million gods, evil spirits, and reincarnated warriors of the Demon Gate. Was it even more powerful than before? It didn't matter. Let this world fragment be divided, because after the division, she could still occupy the remaining half, the half that belonged to her completely. She could escape with this half of the world fragment, stay away from everything, and start anew. She could weave a new Yanwuya world that completely belonged to her. In Yahadano, there was always Izanagi's company. In the mortal world, the 3 noble sons would still fight with each other, and she would smile when she was free because the 3 noble sons were just naughty children. Perfect. Everything would be perfect. Like a woman who dreamed of eloping with her lover and looked forward to everything after that, Izanami turned around and left without any hesitation. She cut through the space and flashed away. She was so fast that Hakata couldn't react at all. This cowardly abandoned woman. She only knows how to live in her own world. No wonder she was abandoned. Hakata was furious. It was in a good situation, but it didn't expect Izanami to escape without saying a word. Hakata snorted coldly. No matter how Izanami lost the will to fight, it would not let her go. Abandoned woman! Do you think I will let you go? Naive! The 8 huge snake heads hissed together, and Yanwuya's world began to shake crazily. But at this moment, thousands of ferocious-looking monsters suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking in front of Yamata no Orochi. These monsters appeared out of thin air, one after another, and attacked Yamata no Orochi without saying a word. But Hakata didn't care at all. One of the snake heads locked on the ground, the Meiji who was hugging Erex. Hakata couldn't tell the difference between the 2 Meiji for the time being, but it could clearly feel that the Meiji who appeared later was also a container. In her body, a large number of souls were hidden, just like the Meiji who was integrated into the cherry tree. Do you think you can stop me with these little tricks? Yamata no Orochi was already confident of victory. No matter who it was, there was no way they could resist its current power. I can't. Meiji didn't look at Hakata. She just looked down at Erex, who had his eyes destroyed and was now quiet and motionless in her arms. She stroked his face, but someone can. Meiji kissed Erex's forehead and said softly, "My lord, Meiji won't let you down." Miki suddenly raised her head and looked at Yamata no Orochi with a murderous look in her eyes. Those monsters that appeared out of thin air crazily rushed toward Yamata no Orochi without any regard for their lives. But this was just a fantasy creature. It didn't have much attack power in essence. The interference with Hakata could even be said to be minimal. This was even constantly irritating the snake of disaster that had the upper hand. Of course, she didn't intend to rely on the fantasy creatures generated in this way to fight against Hakata. She just needed some time. Taking advantage of the time when Hakata was entangled by the fantasy creatures, Meiji quietly came to Chizuko Nagato. Not far away was Emo Xiaofei, who was in a chaotic state. Since the transformation of dream and reality special ability, Chizuko Nagato suddenly stopped as if she had become an empty shell. Correspondingly, Emo Xiaofei also became quiet. Meiji glanced at Chizuko Nagato and said sadly, "It's ironic. I was abandoned by you. In the end, I still have to rely on you. Chizuko Nagato, whether you accept my existence or not, at this moment, I just want to destroy all of this and those who destroyed Erex's plan. She held Chizuko Nagato's face with both hands. Just like the day of the unripe rice village's sacrificial ceremony, you accidentally saw the scene where Ashio was brought to the Longevity Underground Palace. You saw the most important person to you become a stranger in front of you as if a dream was broken. I am the same. Erex fell in front of me, just like Ashio appeared in front of you in that appearance. Remember it, remember it. No matter how you pretend that it didn't happen, no matter how unwilling you are to let the unripe rice village's day of sacrifice come, you are the murderer who destroyed unripe rice village, killed everyone, and destroyed everything. She hugged Chizuko Nagato. They finally merged into one. Quietly, Chizuko Nagato's eyes gradually had a hint of color, a color that Juefeng felt very familiar with. It was the same color as the indifference on the face of the dead woman in the shrine that he was familiar with. Chizuko Nagato suddenly grew up a little. She looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl, almost identical to the dead woman in the shrine. But at this moment, behind Chizuko Nagato, a white tail grew out like a peacock spreading its tail. 1, 2, until the 8th tail finally stopped. Chizuko Nagato's face was still indifferent. 8-tailed celestial fox. Hakata no Orochi confirmed it over and over again. In the end, he felt unusually surprised. He didn't know how this Yanwiwa world became like this. The user of Zhan Lu, the guy who could control dreams, the newly awakened greedy wolf star, the greedy wolf star, the Yin greedy wolf of the Lianjin star, and now even the 8-tailed celestial fox, which was also listed as an ancient core demon bloodline in the land of Kelowna, had appeared. Was it because he had been sealed in this world for too long and the world had changed? Or was it because there was a pair of invisible hands within the shattered world fragment that was casually kneading everything? And this hand did not even have any intention of doing anything? It was like a traveler on the beach, casually grabbing a handful of fine sand, and then piling it up into a strange shape. Finally, it chuckled softly and left. However, Hakata no Orochi felt a huge pressure. The source of the pressure was Emo Xiaofei. Such a huge Hakata no Orochi seemed to be bearing tens of thousands of tons of gravity at this moment. Its body was completely pressed to the ground. Hakata no Orochi stared at Emo Xiaofei incredulously. It thought a lot in an instant. What is the origin of this strange samurai? What is his relationship with this 8-tailed celestial fox? The only thing it could be sure of was that this guy who could suppress it must be under the influence of the 8-tailed celestial fox. But something was wrong. It now existed in a soul state. Even if its special ability allowed the soul to transform into a physical body, its essence was still the attribute of a spiritual body. To put it bluntly, it was physically unharmed. But this human suppressed it without hesitation? In terms of soul power, could it be that this guy was even more powerful than himself, a genius from Xianlu clan? What the hell are you? Yamata Nooki's 8 huge head struggled to lift up under the terrible gravity. Its 16 fierce eyes seemed to want to see through the deepest part of this human's body. However, what it saw was a dilapidated picture. Looking disdainfully and sweeping in all directions a long time ago, the figure who ended the chaotic situation after the Kelowna era and unified the Central Plains gradually enlarged in the eyes of Hakata no Orochi that could see through the essence of the soul. It turned out to be, no, even if that guy had great achievements, he also killed a lot of people. He didn't respect ghosts and gods, nor did he respect heaven and earth. He even wanted to live forever and reverse yin and yang. After his death, his true soul was directly divided. You are just a trace of his soul. Hakata no Orochi roared angrily. Its huge body lifted little by little under the heavy pressure. At this moment, Emo Xiaofei or Sasaki Kojiro was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The blood vessels on his cheeks swelled. Sasaki Kojiro's body couldn't bear the extraordinary power from Emo Xiaofei after he went berserk. In just a few breaths, Sasaki Kojiro's body had reached its limit. The blood vessels in his body burst, and he directly became a bloody man. His eyes suddenly closed, and he fell directly from the sky. As early as the moment Emo Xiaofei began to attack Hakata no Orochi, Xuefeng had regained his freedom. At this moment, seeing Emo Xiaofei fall, he rushed up to catch him without thinking. Ha 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 ha. So what if you are the eternal emperor? Being split up means being split up. You are just trash. Hakata no Orochi still laughed wildly until Chizuko Nagato quietly appeared in front of its 16 eyes. Eight-tailed celestial fox. Hakata no Orochi snorted coldly. Even if you are the eight-tailed celestial fox, so what? I also have the eight-headed Shangniu bloodline. You and I both belong to the core demon bloodline of the ancient demon beast clan. Our ranks are the same, except for Kelowna and Shinryu, who can suppress me in this world. I have more authority in this Yen Wuiwa world. Since you stopped me from swallowing Izanami, I will swallow you too. Chizuko Nagato was still expressionless, but she suddenly pointed to the sky. A thunderbolt suddenly struck down from the sky. This huge thunderbolt struck down from the sky, and Hakata no Orochi's soul body was directly blown up. However, a thunderbolt struck down, and Hakata no Orochi fell directly to the ground. Its 8 huge snake heads were dispirited. So strong, in the distance watching this thunderbolt strike down and severely injure Hakata no Orochi, Teisetsu subconsciously widened his eyes. He couldn't help but compare in his heart. If this thing struck at him, could he dodge it? Unexpectedly, this time, Jean-Lu didn't mumble something in his mouth. It turns out that you also have times when you're dumb? Teisetsu shook his head, but suddenly found that the boss beside him had disappeared. Even Miss Maid was gone. At the same time, in the shrine, the young witch knelt in front of the desk with her eyes lowered. In front of the desk, a black card was lying on the open page. The young witch slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 724. Frost Moon, Yaya. The Nagato family welcomed a new life. It was a girl named Tsuruko. Tsuruko Nagato was the child of Saburo Nagato and Narakami Haru. The newly born Tsuruko Nagato had a pair of beautiful big eyes. She should have inherited the advantages of Narakami Haru, because Narakami Haru had a pair of beautiful big eyes. Later, Tsuruko Nagato heard that her father, Saburo, said that he was attracted by Narakami Haru's eyes. Narakami Haru was originally the apprentice witch of the shrine on the mountain. She would take over the shrine. As a witch, she needed to maintain her purity, but Narakami Haru eventually married Saburo Nagato. So, at the age of 5, Tsuruko Nagato felt that the union of her father and mother must be a beautiful story. However, Tsuruko Nagato heard the servants mention it occasionally. Only then did she know that this beautiful story had to be complicated. Spring passed and autumn came. Her father came to the shrine every day just to see her mother, who was still a witch. According to Shio, sometimes she saw Lord Saburo come back on rainy days, sometimes on snowy days, and when the sun was shining in early summer. Shio also said that her favorite time was early summer because, although Lord Saburo came back late, he would bring back some freshly picked fruits. At that time, Shio was the same age as Tsuruko Nagato now. By the way, Tsuruko Nagato was now 5 years old. She was getting more and more beautiful, like a porcelain doll. No one in the house disliked her. On this summer day, Narakami Haru was making clothes in the room. She said that it was winter clothes for Saburo Nagato. Shio was waiting on the side. Tsuruko Nagato was also here, holding the kojiki sent by her uncle, Nagato Munekika. Nagato Munekika was the head of the Nagato family. He became a samurai when he was young. He followed daimyo to battle. Later, he returned home to inherit the family business and governed the unripe rice village area. He was quite prestigious. Nagato Munakika said that even women could read and write, so he sent some books. Nagato Munakika also said that in 2 years, Tsuruko Nagato could also follow Shinji Nagato to listen to the teacher's guidance. Shio, how do you read this sentence? Tsuruko Nagato held the book in front of Shio. Shio glanced at it and quickly shook her head. God, how could she possibly understand? When she studied with the second young master of the Shin family, she always dozed off and was often teased by the second young master of the Shin family for being stupid. Shio looked at Narakami-chan pitifully. She knew that Madame Narakami came from a shrine and was knowledgeable. She would definitely be able to understand it. I don't have time. Narakami-chan just pursed his lips and smiled. Besides, isn't tutoring Crane your job? Madam, I don't understand. Shio still looked pitiful. Those words that were difficult to remember were not as good as the second young master Shin. Of course, Shio did not intend to say it out. Narakami-chan shook his head and stopped. He let Shio and Chizuko Nagato kneel. Then he picked up the koji and slowly read it. It was the story of the two gods, Izanagi and Izanami, who created the world. Later, Izanami accidentally ate the food of the Yellow Springs and finally broke up with Izanagi on the 1,000-bait stone. Yeah, how could Izanagi do this? Isn't Izanami his wife? Shio suddenly became indignant. Narakami-chan just smiled and did not speak. Unexpectedly, Chizuko Nagato suddenly threw herself on Narakami-chan, raised her head sadly, and asked, Mother, don't go to the 1,000-bait stone with father in the future. Narakami-chan gently touched Chizuko Nagato's head and comforted her. When your father comes back from the battlefield, let's go to the shrine to worship. Chizuko Nagato smiled through tears. I heard that Saburo Nagato can come back this year. I don't know if he is doing well on the battlefield now. Is he full? Is he wearing enough clothes? Narakami-chan hugged Chizuko Nagato while recalling bits and pieces of her husband. Mother, when we went to the shrine to worship during the New Year, Miko-sama asked Chizuko if she wanted to learn from her. Chizuko Nagato blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Narakami-chan curiously asked, How did you answer? Chizuko Nagato shook her head. I didn't agree. Narakami-chan thought for a while before asking why. Chizuko Nagato grabbed Narakami-chan's hand very seriously, saying that she just wanted to be with her mother. There was the sound of cicadas chirping outside and the sound of rippling pond water. Shio rolled her eyes, withdrew her gaze from the window, stuck out her tongue, and said, Where did the frog come from? Chizuko Nagato often secretly hid from her mother, Narakami-chan, and then sneaked out of the Nagato family's house when Shio was lazy. Perhaps she inherited a little of her father's character. Although the young Chizuko Nagato looked as beautiful as a porcelain doll, she was very good at fighting with children of the same age in Unripe Rice Village. Once, a child in a family in the village caught an earthworm. When Chizuko Nagato wasn't paying attention, he quietly put it in her clothes, scaring Chizuko Nagato. The brave and good at fighting, Miss Chizuko Nagato was actually scared to tears by an earthworm. The group of children didn't expect that Chizuko Nagato had a weak side. They immediately comforted her. However, Chizuko Nagato couldn't let it go, saying that the earthworm crawled around her body. It was uncomfortable and dirty. The initiator could only say, Why don't you go to the shrine on the mountain? I know there is a pond behind the shrine. Grandpa said that the pond can wash away unclean things. Wasn't your mother a Miko in the past? You should be able to take a bath too. A group of children discussed how to go up the mountain and then bypass the problem of the presiding Miko. I can't climb anymore. The initiator was the first one who couldn't stand it. He lay directly on the stone steps, looking at the distance, less than half of the distance, and couldn't help but groan. Me too. I want to drink water. Chizuko Nagato was even more unbearable at this moment. She was soaked in sweat, and her legs were almost numb. She even wanted to cry, but she was unwilling to admit defeat like this. Now it was no longer a question of whether to take a bath, but a question of whether to climb up or not. Ashio said that her father climbed every day. He climbed in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. She couldn't embarrass her father. Her mother said that her father sent a letter back home, and he could come back at the end of the year. Chizuko Nagato thought that the first thing she would do when her father came back was to tell him that she climbed up the shrine by herself. But the road was too long. The children finally gave up and went down the mountain dejectedly. It was much easier to go down the mountain. Chizuko Nagato was still insisting, but in a blink of an eye, she saw that the fire was gone, and she was the only one left. She immediately burst into tears. At night, the Nagato family was in chaos, and it took a while to find them. It wasn't until Chizuko Nagato ran back pitifully and covered in sweat that they calmed down a little. Nagato Munikika said that the people of the Nagato family had to follow etiquette and know the rules, so he directly punished Chizuko Nagato not to eat at night. As a maid, Ashio didn't take good care of the young lady, so she also couldn't eat. She was also punished to chop 100 pounds of wood. Later, the hungry Chizuko Nagato and Ashio planned to sneak into the kitchen to get something to eat. They didn't expect to be caught by Nagato Munikika, who was guarding here. Nagato Munikika said, "I knew you would come to the kitchen secretly." Ashio was quite scared and didn't dare to speak. Chizuko Nagato blinked directly and rushed to Nagato Munikika without saying a word. She said in a childish voice, "Uncle, I'm so hungry." Nagato Munikika was not soft-hearted at all. He said with a straight face, "Ashio, have you finished chopping the wood?" How could she finish chopping 100 pounds? Ashio didn't dare to say it directly. She could only show an expression of knowing her mistake. Nagato Munikika suddenly said, "If you finish chopping 20 pounds before midnight, I can allow you to eat." Ashio pulled Chizuko Nagato and ran out without saying a word. She told Chizuko Nagato, "Miss, the madam has made up her mind not to help us this time. We can only rely on ourselves. You don't want to be hungry, right? But I will chop the wood later. You just have to pretend. I'm afraid that the master will hide and watch us." But after chopping for less than 10 pounds, Ashio directly fell to the ground. She was so hungry that she had no strength left. At this time, no matter what she saw, she could imagine it as delicious. For example, when she looked at Chizuko Nagato's face, she would think of white rice balls. Aya, with this head of soft black hair, it was obviously the seaweed from the cafeteria. "Ashio, why are you biting my face?" "Miss, I'm hungry. Let me nibble." "No. Hee, I'm a fox demon who eats people." "Miss Chizuko, your skin is tender. It must be delicious." Ashio bared her fangs and brandished her claws. The fox demon was a legend in the village. Legend had it that the fox demon liked to eat underage boys, especially the disobedient ones. This was a story that almost every child in the village could hear. Retreat! Retreat! Chizuko Nagato was not to be trifled with. She picked up a small branch in her hand and waved it randomly, saying that she was a witch who pushed the demon. But she didn't look like a witch at all. She looked more like a little kid who used a branch to play with cow dung. The master and servant played here for a while. They just lay on the ground and didn't mind being dirty. Chizuko Nagato suddenly said, "Ashio, I'm going to climb the mountain tomorrow. When my father comes back, I'll tell him that I can climb up by myself." Hugh. Ashio is actually tired and asleep. Shio has actually fallen asleep due to tiredness. Boss Luo turned to another page of the yellowish book. The story written on it was not an interesting one. He suddenly looked up at the young witch in front of him. "Why didn't you give it a name?" The witch in front of him was obviously the writer of this story. The young witch just shook her head. "I haven't finished writing it yet. I don't know what to call it." It was indeed not finished. Luaccio relaxed his fingers a little, and the pages of the book were opened separately. There were still many blank places behind. Without continuing to read the unfinished story, Luaccio smiled slightly and asked, Why are you showing me this? The club's black card issued a call. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Boss Luo not to come over. But before the discussion could begin, the young shaman took out the unfinished story from her hands. The young witch thought for a while and said slowly, "If I can come back, give it to a guy for me. His name is Inuyasha. Is that okay?" Boss Luo nodded and said, "We never let our guests down, as long as it's your request." The young witch nodded, stood up, and then looked outside through the lattice window. "I had a dream. It was too long. I hope you can help me finish this story. You bought to complete this story, right?" Luocho whispered, "Please confirm it again." The young witch shook her head. She didn't need to confirm it. She then nodded, and the deal was officially effective. Later, the young witch took a wooden bow from the main hall of the shrine, then carried a basket of arrows and left the shrine. Boss Luo began to open the unfinished story again. Miss Maid suddenly said, "Mr. Arax, if you continue to hide, Yu Yi will define your behavior as malicious behavior. That's quite bad because I can't beat you." Arax's sudden appearance didn't make Boss Luo and Yu Yi curious. As for Arax, he still spoke in a familiar tone. It seemed that there was no difference. If one had to say something, it could only be said that his eyes were closed. Miss Maid smiled and suddenly asked, "Which floor is it this time?" Arax stretched out 2 fingers and then shrugged. Miss Maid's smile became bigger. Arax smiled bitterly, then stretched out 1 more finger and said helplessly, "3 floors. You know, you don't need to ask me what you want to know. The things in the dream can't bind you, the only one who can't be defined by reality." "Mr. Arax, your eyes are hurt." Luocho suddenly raised his head and recommended, "Do you need to buy treatment services?" Arax shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Whether I can see or not, it doesn't make much difference to me. But I used up the time between dream and reality once. If you want to clear the time I used this time, how much do I have to pay?" 3 fragmented worlds at the same level as Yen Wuiue. Luocho quickly gave a price. Arax said curiously, "In theory, 1 Yen Wuiue can create a mid-level divine power." Luocho said indifferently, "But the highest threshold of your ability is to create a great divine power." Arax thought for a while and suddenly said, "New boss, can we talk alone?" Luocho shook his head. "No need. Just say what you want." Arax didn't mind. He just smiled and said, "New boss, can you sponsor me privately? I have a piece of information. I'm afraid it's hard to value, but I believe you may be interested." Luocho stopped turning the pages. "Maybe? For example," Arax said slowly, "the clue of your ex's identity." Luocho thought for a while and then glanced at Yu Yi. Yu Yi was smiling at this time. She was as beautiful as always, but there was no anger. Her time seemed to be stopped. He had encountered such a situation once when he went to sea in Golden Week on the isolated island. Chapter 725. Did the master and Arax talk about anything? Yu Yi had such a strange feeling, as if she had missed something. But after thinking about it carefully, there should be no mistake in the middle. But her master had begun to read the book again, while Arax sat quietly, not knowing what to think. Miss Maid frowned at this time. This was quite incongruous. Arax suddenly said, "Miss Yu Ye's defense against me really surprised me." Yu Yi said indifferently, "After all, Mr. Arax's ability is too difficult to deal with. As long as I see you, I will be affected by your ability." Arax shrugged and said, "My ability is ineffective against the 2 of you. Don't worry, Miss Yi. This new boss is much more powerful than you and I imagined. He chose to enter Mickey's dream to meet me at the beginning. You can see that. I don't think this is a compliment." Luocho paused. The old bookworm was still reading, but someone was chattering next to him. He had no choice but to respond casually, "Mr. Arax, aren't you going to collect your results? The good show is about to start." Arax smiled slightly. Why don't we guess which Chizuko Nagato will win? The boss didn't speak. He just tapped his finger on the table, and an old leather box appeared out of thin air. Arax's smile stiffened at the moment the leather box appeared. This leather box was pawned by him to Boss Luo. If he wanted to get it back, he could only offer the number of true souls agreed at the beginning. This new boss was really stubborn. Could this be considered a kind reminder? Arax stood up. I think I'd better not bother the two of you. The club's attitude towards the guests was quite generous. Sometimes they could ignore the little thoughts of the guests. This often gave the customer the misconception that since he was a customer, he was naturally God. You, the shopkeeper, had better take good care of me. If I am not happy, naturally I will not buy your things. But Arax never dared to have such an idea. Using the principles of modern market economics, clubs were actually equivalent to monopoly. It was never afraid of not having customers because it knew that everything had a spirit. With thoughts came greed. Just like light and shadow, no one could live without the other. Arax nodded and left the shrine. After Arax left, Miss Maid brought a set of tableware, intending to use it to find something in the shrine to make matcha for Boss Luo. This was a relatively delicate craftsmanship. While doing it, Miss Maid smiled and said, instead of guessing which Tsuruko Nagato will win, it is better to say that he hopes which Tsuruko Nagato will win. Boss Luo didn't want to play the guessing game with Arax, but it didn't mean that he didn't want to talk more with Miss Maid. The tea set was a small, white porcelain bowl. Boss Luo picked up the teacup and sniffed it. He wondered if there was a rule of smelling here. Mickey is easier to control. Luaccio smiled. Mickey has greater potential. It is a difficult multiple-choice question. He wants to know the answer. Yu also smiled slightly. Asking Boss Luo which one would win was naturally equivalent to wanting to know which one Boss Luo was more optimistic about. The things that the club boss was optimistic about were naturally more expensive and worth betting on. In fact, Arax's intention was not in the Yen Wuiwa world. What he really wanted was the most complete Tsuruko Nagato. If he could get the Yen Wuiwa world in the process, it was naturally good. If he couldn't get it, he wouldn't care too much. The whole process was just for Arax to let Mickey be willing to merge with Tsuruko Nagato on the day of sacrifice and become the powerful eight-tailed celestial fox. The boss shook his head like a miser and said indifferently, but it's impossible not to pay. The unfinished story, written by Mickey, had been turned to the last page by Boss Luo. The next blank space was the part that needed to be completed. Was Kelowna's celestial fox strong? It was definitely strong. However, Yamato no Orochi had never thought that an eight-tailed celestial fox of the same level would be able to injure him so severely with a simple strike. He had swallowed a lot of things, and even swallowed Sanguizi earlier, allowing him to recover all of his original powers. Its eyes flickered a little as it kept staring at the girl with 8 tails in the sky. The lightning strike, just now, directly paralyzed its soul body. If it was struck again, it naturally couldn't stand it. But on the other hand, this 8-tailed celestial fox had such powerful power. Its soul was naturally a rare delicacy. There was even the awakened greedy wolf star here, and a wisp of the eternal emperor's soul. And if it swallowed all of this and finally swallowed Izanami in the Anodon, and completely refined the power of the Yen Wiwa world, very strong, but can you deal with me like this? Hakeda no Orochi's 8 huge snake heads raised at this time with cold eyes. The power was not necessarily used for combat, but it was an ability close to the rule. That's right, this Yen Wuiwa world's rule ability. For example, Amaterasu Amakami, who represented the sun and was known as the sun goddess, had the power to revive all things. This power originally belonged to Hakeda no Orochi. After it was sealed, this power was given to Amaterasu Amakami by Izanami. Now it returned to Hakeda no Orochi. Revive all things, spring returning to the earth. Break all withering. If it was used on Hakeda no Orochi, it would be a super recovery ability. With such power, Hakata no Orochi was so arrogant that it even overpowered Izanami from the beginning. This was because it was able to release its power at its maximum output, and it was endless. When playing the game, there was no cooldown time, infinite rage, and all the ultimate moves. Let's see if you are afraid. Not good. But just when Hakata no Orochi used this power, it suddenly had a bad feeling. It didn't recover. Not only did the injury not recover, but even the power that was enhanced by devouring many evil spirits and 8 million gods and used without restraint didn't recover. The power didn't respond. While it was in shock, a thunderbolt struck from the sky again. Its originally dispirited body was severely injured at this moment, causing Hakata no Orochi to hiss in pain. However, it was precisely because of such great pain that Yamata no Orochi had a kind of enlightenment, just as it boasted. It was the ancestor of playing with souls. Although it was somewhat boastful, its attainment in the path of the soul was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it couldn't directly see through the essence of the soul and catch a glimpse of Mo Xiaofei's soul's past life. Fantasy. It fell into a fantasy. It did swallow the 3 Gizi and many things, and its power swelled. Its strength was even greater than before it was sealed. But all of this was just a fantasy. When did it happen? Hakata no Orochi felt something was inconceivable. The inconceivable thing was, as a member of the Shangliu clan, a master of playing with souls, it didn't even notice when it was affected by the illusion. What was the origin of that guy named Arax? Another thunderbolt struck. Hakata no Orochi had time to panic and whine. It couldn't resist the thunderbolt of this 8-tailed celestial fox. When it realized that everything was just an illusion, it realized that its power was only at the level when it had just swallowed Shitendaji. From the beginning, from the moment the 3 Gizi gathered and attacked the mysterious thick fog, could it be that it had already... Boom! 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 After the 3rd thunderbolt, 6 thunderbolts struck down in succession from the sky. A total of 9 powerful thunderbolts seemed to imply some kind of meaning. Under the attack of the 9 thunderbolts, Hakata no Orochi's huge soul kept shrinking at this moment. In the end, its 8 heads disappeared, and it turned into a small snake that was only as long as an arm and as thick as 2 fingers. Seeing that the 8-tailed celestial fox had no intention of letting it go, Hakata no Orochi was horrified. If the thunderbolt struck again, it was estimated that this genius of the Shangliu clan would die. Hakata no Orochi, who was frightened, couldn't care about anything at this time. Its small snake body directly exploded with a bang, turning into a wisp of faint purple smoke. The 10th thunderbolt struck again. This wisp of purple smoke didn't completely avoid it and was still affected. The original small amount of purple smoke suddenly reduced a little, but a little bit still stubbornly remained. Then the thunderbolt flashed and quietly sneaked into the ground. Tsuruko Nagato, who had merged with Meiji, was motionless in the air at this time, as if she had lost all her functions in an instant. On the ground, Juefeng carried Mo Xiaofei on his back and ran quickly on the ground. His hair was numb. If one of the 10 bolts of lightning had struck him, he couldn't guarantee that he would have been able to withstand it. However, the 8-headed snake demon had withstood 9 of the bolts, and the last one had finally dissipated. At this time, Juefeng hid under the huge roots of a cherry tree and quietly looked up. Looking at the fox demon that looked like a dead woman, his mind was in a mess. But at this time, Mo Xiaofei coughed and woke up. "Big brother!" Juefeng, Mo Xiaofei appeared to be very weak. His brain seemed to have exploded and turned into a mess. He also looked up at the sky and looked at Tsuruko Nagato, who had transformed into a fox demon. He couldn't help showing a complicated expression and muttered to himself, "There is such an unfair thing in this world. Those that I have encountered before can only be regarded as dwarfed." "Big brother, what did you say?" Juefeng asked. And Mo Xiaofei smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to explain to Juefeng. His superpower was very magical. Even Long Shirua didn't understand the development of the human brain. It was said to be a new direction of human evolution. There were still many unsolved mysteries. When he touched Tsuruko Nagato in the dungeon and felt her chaotic consciousness, his spirit passively received countless thoughts from Tsuruko Nagato. And Mo Xiaofei didn't know that he had personally destroyed an unripe rice village, but he saw Tsuruko Nagato, who was only 6 years old. Because he inadvertently saw Shio's appearance in the Longevity Underground Palace, and finally found Haru Narakami imprisoned in the dungeon. His young mind finally couldn't support it and completely collapsed. This triggered the huge power in his body, and he fell into a berserk state. In the end, he became the murderer who destroyed this unripe rice village. That was a day that she didn't want to recall. When she regained consciousness, she fell down in the ruins alone. Her eyes were filled with devastation. When she saw the corpses lying around her, she went completely crazy. Her crazy appearance was like Haru Narakami's appearance that Mo Xiaofei saw in the dungeon. It was also like his appearance when he saw bamboo in the underground palace. Perhaps for a moment, he and Tsuruko Nagato felt similar, so their spirits were synchronized to a certain extent. Mo Xiaofei couldn't determine too many things, but he clearly understood one thing. That was, the unripe rice village's day of sacrifice was a living nightmare for Tsuruko Nagato. Therefore, she didn't want this day to come anyway, so he would always reincarnate in the first 3 days. It turned out that he and Purple Star had always been in this nightmare of Tsuruko Nagato. The real unripe rice village had already become a ruin a few years ago in this Yen Wuiwa world. It was no wonder that whenever he went to the unripe rice shrine, he never saw Miko. But the towering cherry blossom trees here, as well as those strange fellows that were being swallowed by the roots of the cherry blossom trees, what was going on? You should have arrived on the 4th day. And Mo Xiaofei looked at Juefeng and remembered the scene when he suddenly appeared on the day of sacrifice. He thought that Juefeng arrived on that day. After all, Purple Star also arrived on the 1st day after he reincarnated for a year. What 4th day? I am. Juefeng looked stunned. When he was about to say something, he saw Mo Xiaofei's eyes widened at this time as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't help but look at Mo Xiaofei's line of sight. At first glance, even he himself looked like he had seen a ghost. Tsuruko Nagato. Another Tsuruko Nagato, wearing a white shirt and a red dress. The person who jumped over the entangled cherry tree roots had the same face as Chizuko Nagato, who was motionless in the sky in the form of a demon fox. Why are there 2 Tsuruko Nagato? Why are there 2 dead women? Mo Xiaofei and Juefeng exclaimed at the same time. It was because the young Miko attacked the demon fox, transformed Tsuruko Nagato. She shot an arrow as soon as she came up, the young which finally stopped on top of the tangled roots of the cherry tree. She suddenly felt that these entangled tree roots, with no pattern, were somewhat like intertwined fates. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have thought about what happened on the Day of Rites, because she should have already given up on what happened that day, and herself that day. But why? She had turned a blind eye to the past. Her brain had even cut off these things, but in the end, it still got out of hand. It seemed that acting as if nothing had happened was indeed just a self-deceiving lie. Without thinking too much about why the original Tsuruko Nagato appeared out of thin air, the young Miko, who had lived alone in the shrine for some years, pulled up the longbow, put an arrow on it, and shot at her past self. You are too selfish. Chizuko Nagato, who was motionless at this time, suddenly screamed. A blue bewitching foxfire also shot down at the same time. At the moment of contact, the bewitching foxfire burned the feather arrow full of spiritual power and made it fall. Unhurriedly, the young witch put another one on the table. Chapter 7:26. Question: What was the first thing you did wrong when you were a child? When was it? Do you remember? I don't remember. Question: Why don't you remember? Why do you have to remember? If you don't remember, then forget it. Generally speaking, the young Miko was much weaker than the current Chizuko Nagato. This might be because Chizuko Nagato had transformed into a demon fox, or because she had merged with Miki, or because the current she seemed calmer than the young Miko. However, Emo Xiaofei felt that perhaps she was much calmer than the young witch. Although the demon fox transformed Chizuko Nagato looked so excited, Emo Xiaofei still keenly noticed the awe-inspiring indifference in her eyes. Emo Xiaofei also felt that this young witch was very indifferent, but this kind of indifference gave people the feeling that it was caused by her temperament. The indifference of the demon fox transformed Chizuko Nagato was the indifference to the common people. To put it bluntly, she did not treat people as humans. It was the indifference of a higher creature looking at a lower creature, just like a human seeing an ant. However, the young witch still shot arrows into the sky one after another. Her movements were steady without any hesitation. And Mo Xiaofei didn't know if this was a realm that only an excellent archer would have, but it was not easy for a 14-year-old girl to do this. After all, no matter what, she was actually firing at herself. The arrow that was filled with spiritual energy was actually aimed at herself, her past self. Wind-chasing wolf was still confused, but Emo Xiaofei gradually figured out some of the details. Long Shirua said that people like him who had developed their brain would become really intelligent sooner or later, just like what Buddhists said about opening the root of wisdom. Emo Xiaofei couldn't understand the feeling of opening the root of wisdom in an instant, but he could grasp some things at this time. Of course, without the 1-year reincarnation cycle in this nightmare, without the magical experience of synchronizing with Chizuko Nagato's chaotic spirit, and then seeing the young witch and the fox demon fox. Even if he really opened the root of wisdom, as Long Shirua said, he couldn't figure out the sequence of things. The unripe rice village must have been destroyed and disappeared early. Therefore, he and Zixing had been circling in the unripe rice village. They should have fallen into a place similar to an illusion. The source of this illusion was Chizuko Nagato, the 6-year-old Chizuko Nagato. Miki should also be Chizuko Nagato, or the 6-year-old Chizuko Nagato who abandoned her after the unripe rice village was destroyed. She destroyed everything and the root of the problem. The witch should be the current Chizuko Nagato after she grew up. With this in mind, the Chizuko Nagato that Emo Xiaofei and Zixing saw in the unripe rice village should be created by Miki. Theoretically, this should be the case. However, Emo Xiaofei still couldn't figure it out. Since this 6-year-old Chizuko Nagato was created by Miki in the illusion, how did she go from the illusion to reality and merge with Miki herself? At this time, she was confronting Emo Xiaofei, who had grown up to become a witch. And there was another Miki. Emo Xiaofei subconsciously raised his head and looked at the towering cherry tree. There was also a Miki in a certain position of the tree trunk. Could it be that even the current environment was just a dream? Zhuefeng, have you seen Zixing? Emo Xiaofei thought that he had figured out some clues, but in the end he found that he seemed to have fallen into a bigger mystery. At this time, he couldn't help but think of Zixing. For the time being, he only knew that this monster was the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan. She had a very good thinking ability. Perhaps if he told her these situations, she could give him an answer. Zixing, is she here too? Zhuefeng hurriedly said at this time, don't you know? Emo Xiaofei was taken aback, then said, when you were in the square, the first one you saved was Zixing. But her appearance is... Zhuefeng wanted to say something, but suddenly, whether it was him or his elder brother, Emo Xiaofei, they all looked like someone else at this time. She is there. Emo Xiaofei had a little forgotten that he just went berserk, but Zhuefeng was very clear-headed. For example, when the girl in white kimono appeared, there was also Zixing who followed her. Windchaser climbed up the tree root, and his eyes quickly searched around. Soon after, he found the figure of Zixing attached to Kondo Tsukiheim. She seemed to be unconscious and was lying on the ground at this time. Fortunately, she was not far away from him. Elder brother, I will be back soon. Zhuefeng said directly. Godspeed. Greedy wolf soul luring consumed too much energy. So Zhuefeng had stopped long ago. However, Godspeed could still be used. Seeing Zhuefeng suddenly disappear and go to Zixing's side in the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaofei moved his lips. It was not because Zhuefeng was too fast, but because the sense of déjà vu was too strong. This is Quicksilver, no Zhuefeng time. Mo Xiaofei shook his head and looked at the battle between the young witch and the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato. This is a battle between the present me and the abandoned past me. But both sides seem to be in a deadlock. Although Chizuko Nagato in her fox form is obviously much stronger than the young Miko. Judging from her performance, Chizuko Nagato is obviously much stronger than the young Miko. Why is this? Suddenly, a black shadow flashed. Mo Xiaofei fixed his eyes. It turned out that Zhuefeng returned here with Zixing in his arms. However, Zhuefeng was also carrying another man in his hand. The foreigner's face and clothes were a bit strange, like the clothes of the ancient Western palace aristocrats. In addition, his eyes were bleeding. He seemed to be blind. Who is this person? I don't know. I saw him falling nearby, so I picked him up. Zhuefeng shook his head. Is it useless? If it's useless, I will throw him back to where he came from. With that said, Zhuefeng lifted the strange foreign man again. This is not a matter of whether it's useful or not. And Mo Xiaofei couldn't help rubbing his forehead. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed the man's clothes, intending to let Zhuefeng put him down first. However, when Mo Xiaofei's hand touched the foreign man with injured eyes, he suddenly lost his mind. At the same time, Zhuefeng also lost his mind for a moment. Not much time seemed to have passed, but many images flashed in front of Mo Xiaofei's eyes. On the shrine, the half-demon boy and the young witch, the agreement between her and him. Zhuefeng also snorted at the same time, holding his head with one hand. Unripe rice village. 1 year. When Mo Xiaofei and Zhuefeng touched the foreign man with injured eyes at the same time, they directly saw what happened to each other. Everything happened after entering Yan Wuyue's world. The fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato, or Meiji, was much more powerful than the original Chizuko Nagato as a witch. However, she could not completely avoid the arrows full of spiritual power shot by the other party. She could only use the method of attack to sweep away the arrows that were shot at her. The spiritual power of the Narukami family is really extraordinary. The fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato suddenly stopped. After cutting me off, after all these years of cultivation, it will become pure power, right? But it's ironic that such pure spiritual power is obtained by abandoning me. Or, even if you didn't abandon me, you are just a cold-blooded guy in essence? The response to the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato was another arrow shot at high speed. Her body moved in the air, but the arrow shot at her exuded a strange spiritual power that was particularly uncomfortable for the demon. However, when the spiritual power swept past her, the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato felt like she was burned by fire. Are you angry? But the more it was like this, the more it aroused the resentment in the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato's heart. Am I right? You are a selfish, despicable, and even cowardly guy. You throw all the pain to me. You turn a blind eye to everything. You protect yourself like this and make yourself perfect. The young witch just shook her head. However, the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato's heart was full of resentment. She couldn't bear the young witch's indifferent attitude. Even if you cut me off, what can you do? The fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato pointed at the young witch and sneered, I am dirty, but you are not much better than me. Don't forget, even if you cut me off on the day of sacrifice, your essence still hasn't changed. You are still the child left by Nagato Munekika and Narukami Haru's affair. Not only that, you are a monster created by Nagato Munekika with the flesh of the fox demon of Unripe Rice Village. Do you know? On the first day you were born, Narukami Haru's first reaction was to kill you, because she didn't recognize you as her child at all. She simply regarded you as a monster. But she couldn't kill you, because you are a monster created by Nagato Munekika. He couldn't bear to let you die. Ha ha ha, Narukami Haru finally went crazy. She went crazy because of you. It's because of you, monster. And now are you going to kill me? Is there no way to satisfy you by turning a blind eye? Are you going to bury such an ugly self this time so that you can continue to maintain your perfect filth? The young witch had already put a new arrow on the wooden bow. The sharp arrowhead was already aimed at the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato, but she pressed the bow down herself at this time. The fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato sneered. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Have you become angry from embarrassment? I am not perfect and spotless. The young witch shook her head. The 6-year-old me didn't know how to deal with that situation at all. Back then, when I severed you, it was an act of self-protection. Even now, this kind of spontaneous action still exists. It doesn't let me see you. Even if you appear in front of me, it will make me seem like I can't see anything. It will automatically block everything about you from my cognition. If this is what you think is selfish, then it is. However, there is one thing I want you to know. I have never been spotless and perfect. This spiritual power did change after I severed you. In the final analysis, this spiritual power still comes from the Narukami family. The Narukami family was also one of the teams that killed the unripe rice fox demon. Looking at the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato with an uncertain expression, the young witch slowly said, "The soul of the unripe rice fox demon was eventually taken away by the Narukami families on Myoji. They sealed the soul of the fox demon in their descendants. Over time, the spiritual power of the Narukami family finally transformed. In the final analysis, the source of this spiritual power is also the unripe rice fox demon. Naturally, it can't be regarded as spotless." Ha ha ha! Do you think you can cover up your sins by saying so much? Chizuko Nagato, who had transformed into a fox demon, cried and complained. You pushed all the mistakes and painful memories to me, and all the beautiful things are yours alone. Do you think you can live happily forever like this? Dream on. I said that I am not perfect and spoiled. If you don't want to believe it, the young witch's figure suddenly flashed at this time. What are you doing? The fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato made a sharp cry at this time, because she had already seen that the young witch at this time did not attack her again. Instead, she wanted to go to the cherry tree. She walked toward Maiheim, who had already merged with the cherry tree and became a vessel. The fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato had part of Maiheim's thoughts. Even if it was only a small part, it was the main force that dominated the current fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato. Therefore, she was very clear that Maiheim, who had merged with the cherry tree at this time, was not just a beautiful scenery. She had heard Erex talk about this ability between dream and reality. So she knew that Maiheim, who had merged with the cherry tree, was the real her, and she was just something pulled out of the dream. Of course, now she also appeared as an entity. This was Erex Sama's biggest secret, a special ability that could only be used 3 times in his life, between dream and reality, when she was abandoned and wandered like a stray, wild dog. She wanted to be accepted many times. It was Erex Sama who appeared in front of her, and he didn't despise her ugliness at all, even if it was just to become his vessel, even if Erex Sama only used her as a tool. Don't get close to her. Don't get close to me. Looking at the young witch without any hesitation, she climbed on the trunk of the huge cherry tree and quickly moved toward Maiheim in the broken position. The fox demon Chizuko Nagato let out a shrill scream. However, the young witch did not listen to the fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato's order. Instead, she put her forehead on Maiheim's forehead in front of the cherry tree and whispered, I said that I was never perfect. Now, I will never abandon you again. Don't! The fox demon transformed Chizuko Nagato suddenly became crazy. She raised her hands together, and a terrifying dark cloud was condensing in the sky. When his body was able to accept his ugly self from the past, a huge bolt of lightning came down from the depths of the dark clouds. After a flash of golden light, the entire cherry blossom tree withered, and the young, which slowly floated up into the air from the end of the lightning. Chapter 7:27. Luochio had never learned to write with a brush, and Ms. Maid had never learned to grind ink sticks before. However, Ms. Maid could write beautifully, although Luochio hadn't learned it before. He picked up the brush and wrote a few words on the white paper. Then he gradually got the feeling. This kind of dimensional leap in ability would probably piss off the so-called calligraphy masters, although this was just a small ability of the club owner. Of course, with Boss Luo's character, he would not show off to anyone that he could write well with a brush. The reason why he mentioned the brush was just to continue the unfinished story of the young witch. Strong, optimistic, cheerful, Boss Luo stopped with the brush in the blank space of the young witch's book where she wrote the story. He did not start immediately. In fact, this story should be completed by the young witch herself in the end, because Luochio felt that even if he did it himself, it would always feel like a dog's tale. This kind of imagination and the creation of stories in the heart were already beyond the ability. But this was also a transaction after all. The club would sell whatever the customer bought. In fact, I wrote very poorly when I was in school. I often deviated from the topic. Boss Luo suddenly smiled. Especially in high school, the final essay topic was very partial to the style of argumentation. I was even worse at it. Yu Yi was startled. She didn't know why the master suddenly mentioned this matter. Boss Luo just smiled, then moved the brush in his hand and finally began to write some words in the blank space. Jealousy and longing that no one knows about. In Saburo Nagato's view, this is probably never-ending. However, now that the world has changed, the military life of a few years was not as good as he imagined. The difficulties on the battlefield and the blood of his companions made Saburo Nagato realize his naivety. This made Saburo Nagato disheartened and disgusted with the world. However, he still worried about his wife, Haru Narakami, and his daughter, Chizuko Nagato, at home, so he became increasingly negative. In winter, a great victory report came from the front-line battlefield, which greatly boosted the morale of Saburo Nagato's legion. Taking advantage of the recent victory, they won many battles. In just 2 months, they took down Yamagata, which was the enemy's main target. Since then, they have occupied the advantage in the war. This was a great opportunity to make a name for himself. However, Saburo Nagato was tired of this military life. He saw the cruelty of war and did not want to do more killing. So he asked to withdraw from the front line on the grounds of injury. It was just that he had accumulated a lot of military achievements over the years. Even if he were to retire at this time, he would still use his military achievements to exchange for the name of a true warrior. Let's go home. Saburo Nagato stood on the city wall of Yamagata, which had changed its owner, and looked in the direction of the sunrise. At the end of that place was his home, the Nagato family. His wife, Haru Narakami, was there. The king wants to expand the territory, and the war will get supreme glory. However, there is nothing wrong with a plain life. The delicious food at the celebration banquet during the victory reminded Saburo Nagato of the Nagato family's annual tea and rice in Unripe Rice Village. It turned out that it was a far cry from that. It was spring again. Samurai liked to watch the cherry blossoms wither. It was beautiful. The army set off again at this time. Saburo Nagato quietly left this place. He thought that if he paused a little along the way, he should be able to catch up with the last day of cherry blossoms and rush back to Unripe Rice Village. Of course, he did not forget to send a letter home before returning, telling his family about the recent situation and the date of his return home. After the Nagato family received the letter from Saburo Nagato on the front battlefield, the family was happy as expected. At that time, Tsuruko Nagato grew up a little and was able to learn with Shinji Nagato. Tsuruko Nagato was smart when she was young. She was no worse than Shinji Nagato. Her teacher liked her very much. However, Tsuruko Nagato still sneaked out of the house when no one was around. Every time, she took a group of children to climb the steps leading to the shrine together. It was called exercise, but everyone knew that such a break was useless for girls. Just like what the children said, girls were still inferior to boys in the end. After the new year, Saburo Nagato returned to Unripe Rice Village without any surprise or danger. However, Tsuruko Nagato could not tell Saburo Nagato that she could climb the shrine on the mountain with her own ability. This wish fell through in the end because she couldn't climb up yet. After stopping the pen, Ms. Maid ground new ink for her master. Luaccio waited for the handwriting to dry overnight. Then he turned to a new blank page. Outside the shrine, lightning flashed and flames surged. Tsuruko Nagato, who transformed into a demon fox, and the young witch who also accepted Meiji refused to give in to each other. The boss glanced at it and began to write again. On this day, in order to celebrate the return of Saburo Nagato, the Nagato family is going to enjoy the cherry blossoms. After asking for the fox demon of Unripe Rice Village reasonably, the Onmyoji finally took the fox demon's soul away. The Onmyoji surname was Narakami, and they came from an ancient Onmyoji school. However, there were many changes in the world. No matter how powerful the characters were, they would turn into dust one day. The descendants of the Onmyoji did not inherit the powerful spiritual power of their ancestors. The Onmyoji of the Narakami school gradually declined. The name of the last descendant was Narakami Haru. Speaking of which, the shrine of Unripe Rice Village had some relationship with Narakami school. After asking for the fox demon, the shrine of Unripe Rice Village was built with the help of the Narakami school's Onmyoji. Later, the Narakami school offended the enemy and was destroyed. Narakami Haru was the only descendant left. In the end, the Unripe Rice Villages which rescued him and began to raise him. The last descendant of the Narakami family still did not inherit the powerful spiritual power of the ancestors. However, in Narakami Haru's body, there was the seal of the fox demon. The descendants of the Narakami family who could not inherit the spiritual power of the ancestors later took the risk and sealed the powerful fox demons, Linghu, in the descendant. They hoped to obtain the fox demon's power and bring the Narakami family to glory again. However, the world was always so unsatisfactory. Nagato Munekika, who had an abnormal obsession with power, knew all this. Narakami Haru, who had the seal of the fox demon's soul, and the Nagato family, who had the fox demon's heart. If these materials were gathered together, could they create a powerful individual? All in all, such a descendant must be the descendant of the Nagato family. I hate the Nagato family. Tsuruko Nagato's eyes were already red. She stared at the young witch and released a storm-like attack, especially Saburo Nagato, this incompetent, cowardly, and selfish man who even betrayed his wife. The young witch shook her head. In the case of not accepting Miki, her untainted spiritual power had a great restraining effect on the demon. However, she was not as powerful as Tsuruko Nagato, who had transformed into a fox demon. However, after accepting Miki, her untainted spiritual power was naturally contaminated and mutated. Now, she had also transformed into a fox demon. Although her strength was at the same level as the other party, no one could do anything to each other. She knew this would be the case, but in the end, she chose to let it happen. The 6-year-old me didn't have the ability to protect you. The young witch raised her head and greeted her. On this day, in order to celebrate the return of Saburo Nagato, the Nagato family is going to enjoy the cherry blossoms. Saburo Nagato began to talk about some of his dangerous experiences on the battlefield. When he talked about the terrifying part, Tsuruko Nagato nervously grabbed her mother's sleeve. Although she was afraid, Tsuruko Nagato's gaze gradually became worship. Unripe Rice Village, was a very remote village. There were not many men who were willing to go to war. The only people with ambition were the men of the Nagato family who inherited the samurai's blood. Since she was a child, Tsuruko Nagato would envy the children in the village because their parents were always around them. She even sometimes thought that if Saburo Nagato didn't go to war, he would probably have begun to teach her the Nagato family's swordsmanship by now. When she saw Brother Shin learning swordsmanship from Nagato Munekika, she had the urge to learn as well. However, although Uncle Nagato Munekika was more open-minded, he was still unwilling to pass on his ancestral swordsmanship to a woman. Children's imagination and thinking are always simpler. "Father, I want to learn swordsmanship. Can you teach me?" During the meal, Tsuruko Nagato bravely spoke out what she thought in her heart, which attracted everyone's attention. Haruko Nagato touched Tsuruko Nagato's hair, looked at her husband, Saburo Nagato, and said with a smile, "This child is learning swordsmanship. She is probably going to become the king of the children in the village. Don't promise her." Saburo Nagato looked at Tsuruko Nagato with interest. When he went to war that year, Haruko Nagato was just pregnant with this child. Until she was born, he couldn't be by her side. He felt that he owed this child, so he asked curiously, "You want to learn swordsmanship? Have you ever held a wooden sword?" Tsuruko Nagato secretly glanced at Shinji Nagato, who was admiring the cherry blossoms on the side, and said with a smug expression, "Yes, I have taken Brother Shin's wooden sword for practice." When did that happen? Shinji Nagato's face suddenly turned ugly. A samurai's sword is equivalent to his life. How can he let others pick it up and play with it so casually, even if it's just a wooden sword? He looked at his father, Nagato Munekika, in horror. Although his father is very kind to everyone, he has always been very strict with himself. Nagato Munekika didn't say anything at this time, but he also looked at Tsuruko Nagato curiously. He suddenly smiled and asked, "You have taken Shinji's wooden sword. How do you feel?" Tsuruko Nagato gestured a few times and said in a childish voice, "It's very simple. Tsuruko can do it. Uncle, can you teach me swordsmanship too? I want to be like my father and make a name for myself when I grow up." Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed, thinking that it was just a child's words. Saburo Nagato quickly stopped laughing, touched Tsuruko Nagato's head, and said, "I can teach you swordsmanship. But before you learn swordsmanship, you need to promise me a condition. Do you want to promise me?" "Father, please say it." "Don't steal Shinji's wooden sword in the future. I will personally prepare a sword suitable for you." It was summer of that year. Saburo Nagato took fresh summer bamboo, cut it into thin strips, and then tied it into a shape. Finally, he made a bamboo sword for Tsuruko Nagato. The bamboo sword naturally didn't have any sharp side. Even if it hit someone, it was like being hit by a stick. Tsuruko Nagato didn't mind. Every day, she took the bamboo sword made by Saburo Nagato himself and called Shio. As Narakami Haruko said, she went to be the king of children in her village. Guard? Are you kidding me? Tsuruko Nagato, who had transformed into a demon fox, seemed to have heard a big joke. She pointed to the young witch and sneered, "Why should you guard me?" "Because you are so timid that you don't even dare to accept your true power. You don't deserve it at all. Even if you are now a demon fox, you are willing to use this power. Can you pretend that nothing has happened? Impossible. You were the one who abandoned me in the beginning. I told you, you are a selfish person to the extreme. In the beginning, for your own sake, you cut me off and all perception directly ignored my existence. How many times? How many times have I lingered around you? But have you ever looked at me? Even if you have you ever seen anything? And what is this now? Accompanying me in my demon fox form. Does it mean that you can forgive yourself? Or are you pitying me, pitying yourself? And all of this is your own hope. Only Erex Sama really needs me. Tsuruko Nagato, who was a fox demon fox, had a green fox demon fire on her body at this time. Only Araki-sama really cares about me. He is not afraid of me. He taught me to control my own power. He let me see the weakness of human beings. When it comes to growth, you who can only hide in the shrine and bury yourself in books, what qualifications do you have? What kind of growth do you have? You just feel like you can do it on a whim. After that, you will once again do what you did in the past. Maybe. The young witch nodded, then frowned and said, Arax, is he the guy behind everything that has become like this? You don't need to know. Tsuruko Nagato screamed. I have no contact with you anymore. From now on, I am just Mickey. This is the name that Arax-sama named for me. I will return the name of Tsuruko Nagato to you. The young witch furrowed her brows and sighed softly. She suddenly didn't know what her ending would be. She looked around but felt that there was someone looking at her. On the ground, the half-demon boy in a red robe with long silver hair looked at her at the same time. Chapter 728. After the cherry blossom viewing season passed, a visitor came to Nagato's house. She was known as the Unripe Rice Village's witch, a woman who has presided over the Unripe Rice Village shrine for nearly 40 years. In fact, she was invited by Nagato Munekika because Narukami Haru seemed to be a little uncomfortable recently. Chizuko Nagato was waiting in the corridor outside her mother's bedroom, and Saburo Nagato was also anxiously wandering outside. The examination took a lot of time. During this period, Nagato Munekika and his wife came to visit once. Some of the family servants also came in batches. It wasn't until shortly after lunch that the bedroom door was opened. The Unripe Rice Village's witch walked out with a smile, saying that there was no big problem. On the contrary, it was a good thing. She's pregnant. Really? After hearing the exact statement from the Unripe Rice Village's witch, Saburo Nagato almost cried with joy. Chizuko Nagato knew that she would soon have a younger brother or sister. Her small eyes were wide open. She had seen her aunt's appearance when she was pregnant. Her belly was getting bigger day by day. With such a big belly, a small life was growing inside. She felt that this was an incredible thing. After the Unripe Rice Villages which came out, she ran into Narukami Haru's bedroom first, put her small head in Narukami Haru's arms, then raised her head and asked, Really? Chizuko is going to be an elder sister. You can't be so willful in the future. You have to be an example. Narukami Haru touched Chizuko Nagato's head and smiled softly. Chizuko Nagato nodded seriously. Another thing happened on this day. It was actually about Chizuko Nagato. After the Unripe Rice Villages, which finished examining Narukami Haru, she quickly found Nagato Munekika and Saburo Nagato with a solemn expression. I intend to train Chizuko to be the next witch. I don't know what Master Nagato thinks. Nagato, Munekika, and Saburo Nagato looked at each other. The witch was a respectable person. She prayed for the village, guarded the shrine, and exorcised evil spirits. It was precisely because of the existence of the Unripe Rice Villages which that the villagers of Unripe Rice Village could live and work in peace. For thousands of years, there had been no problems. Haru Narukami should have been the successor of the Unripe Rice witch, but she later married Saburo Nagato. Big brother, you make the decision on this matter. Saburo Nagato was silent for a while. In the end, he decided to hand over the decision to Nagato Munekika as the family master. He knew that his big brother would be able to make the most correct decision, even if Nagato Sex, Nin, and Nika sponsored him in the past, so that he could have the capital to go to the battlefield. Even though he returned from the battlefield disheartened and didn't gain much merit, feeling somewhat unworthy of his elder brother's support, his elder brother didn't say anything. Instead, he treated him the same as before. Nagato Saburo feels guilty. Crane is your daughter. You should be in charge of this matter. Nagato Munekika shook his head and told Nagato Saburo to consider this matter from his father's perspective. Don't be too burdened. Miko-sama, is it because Crane is Haru's child? Saburo Nagato finally asked the question he wanted to know the most. The unripe rice, which was respected, but he wasn't sure if the Miko-sama would hold a grudge about what happened back then. After all, he married Haru Narakami, causing the Miko-sama to lose a successor. Because she is Haru's child, she is naturally very important. But this is not the most important thing. Unripe Rices, which nodded, then smiled at Saburo Nagato. Saburo-sama, do you know one thing? Miko-sama, please speak. That child has been trying to climb the steps of the shrine alone since last summer, and she has never given up. Saburo Nagato asked curiously, why? Because of Saburo-sama, the unripe rice, which said indifferently, I watch Crane on the shrine every day. At first, she just wanted to prove herself. After all, Saburo-sama also climbed up like this. Saburo Nagato smiled awkwardly. He knew that the unripe rice, which still couldn't let go of the fact that he married Haru Narakami back then. The unripe rice academies, which continued. However, it's naturally very rare for a 6-year-old child to have such persistence. Moreover, Saburo-sama, don't you think that it's also a kind of fate that Crane Nagato wants to climb the steps of the shrine? I think it's not that I'm choosing her, but that she has unintentionally chosen this path herself. Of course, Saburo-sama gave Crane Nagato life. You also have the right to decide her future. I want to discuss with Haru. It seems that it's not a wrong thing to entrust Haru to you. The unripe rice, which showed a touch of relief. Saburo Nagato and the unripe rice, which agreed on a time to reply. Then let the servant send the witch away. He soon returned to his wife, Haru Narakami, and naturally asked about her well-being. Saburo Nagato told Haru Narakami about the witch choosing Crane Nagato and wanted to hear his wife's opinion. When we prayed for the new year last year, Miko-sama asked Crane Nagato about this in private. Haru Narakami thought for a while. At that time, Saburo Nagato hadn't returned yet. He was curious and asked, what did Crane Nagato say? Haru Narakami told Saburo Nagato what Crane Nagato said at that time. After listening, Saburo Nagato thought for a while before making a decision. Saburo Nagato grabbed Haru Narakami's hand and said with a smile, then this time let Crane Nagato decide for herself. Saburo Nagato later called Crane Nagato and told her the reason. It has been more than a year since the last New Year's prayer, and Crane Nagato has grown up a lot. During this time, she has continued to study, and her horizons have gradually widened. She has been able to think about some things by herself. Father, will becoming a witch make people respect you? It's not because of becoming a witch that people respect, but because of fulfilling the duties of a witch. If you want to get something from the people, you have to give the people the same thing. Father, Crane Nagato is going to the shrine to study. Crane Nagato agreed to officially enter the shrine after the autumn harvest to learn from the unripe rice villages, and become a witch trainee. This matter gradually spread and soon became a topic of discussion among the people of unripe rice village. It was said that Crane Nagato was about to become a witch trainee. The children of the same age in the village began to gradually drift away. Later, Crane Nagato didn't sneak out. She only occasionally took out the bamboo blade that Saburo Nagato made for her and wiped it. Before Crane Nagato officially entered the shrine, a happy event happened in the Nagato family. Shinji Nagato had reached the age, and Nagato Munekika arranged a marriage for him. On the last day of September, Shinji Nagato married Ashio as his wife. According to the custom of unripe rice village, the elders had to give gifts and blessings before a woman got married. Ashio's parents were absent since she was a child. She had been taking care of Crane Nagato since she grew up. On behalf of Ashio's parents, Narakami Haru gave Ashio a comb made of sandalwood. Crane Nagato said that she also wanted to give something to Ashio, but what could a child of a few years old give? Everyone thought that she was just joking. Even if she really did give something, it probably wouldn't be anything expensive. However, Ashio was still very happy. After all, there was nothing happier than being able to tie the knot after being in love with each other. What Ashio didn't expect was that the thing that Crane Nagato gave her was the bamboo blade made by Saburo Nagato himself, and it was the night before the wedding. Ashio, when your child grows up in the future, give him the bamboo blade. Tell him that I used this bamboo blade to beat everyone in the village. Tell him not to embarrass me, his aunt. Looking at Crane Nagato's little adult appearance, Ashio, who didn't cry when Nara Kamiharu talked to her and tidied up her dress, burst into tears because she knew that after the wedding, Crane Nagato would go to the shrine on the mountain. It wouldn't be so easy to see her in the future. Miss, Ashio can't bear to part with you. Ashio is my sister. Saburo Nagato carried Crane Nagato on his back on the left side of the road. After walking for about 3 hours, he finally climbed the shrine and handed Crane Nagato to the unripe rice villages Then he silently nodded to the unripe rice villages and reincarnated. What is that? Crane Nagato suddenly pointed to a stone statue in front of the shrine and asked. She remembered that when she prayed for the new year the year before last, she didn't see the existence of this stone statue. The unripe rice villages, which originally thought that Crane Nagato would be reluctant to let Saburo Nagato leave and would at least cry for a while. Unexpectedly, Crane Nagato not only didn't cry, but also looked around the shrine curiously. She praised in her heart and was even more delighted. She kindly introduced, "That is Inugami, my new guardian spirit of the shrine." Inugami, guardian spirit? Crane Nagato walked in and looked at it. The unripe rice villages which patted the stone statue at this time and called, "Come out, Inuyasha! From now on, you are the guardian spirit of Crane Nagato. You have to stay by my side for the rest of your life." The huge stone statue disappeared under a flash of light. It was replaced by a young man wearing a fiery red robe, with long red hair, furry ears, and a tail. However, he had a very arrogant look. He looked at Chizuko Nagato coldly and said disdainfully, "Old woman, you want to order me around with this little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet? Dream on." The unripe rice villages, which had long expected that this Inugami would be unruly, so she didn't say anything. She directly put a string of Buddhist beads around Inuyasha's neck, and then whispered something in Crane Nagato's ear. "Old woman, what did you bring me?" Inuyasha intuitively felt that the chain on his body was very dangerous, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to take it off. "Sit down," Crane Nagato said coldly at this time. Inuyasha's whole body seemed to be pressed by a mountain. He knelt down directly and sat very straight, but he looked surprised and strange. Obviously, this was not his intention. "The witch said that if you are not obedient, I can let you sit down." Crane Nagato looked at Inuyasha with a smile. This little brat. Why does he look so hateful? Inuyasha thought bitterly, struggled to stand up, and yelled, "Damn brat! You are looking for death. Sit down. Damn brat! I will let you know my power. Sit down. Damn brat, sit down. If you have the ability, don't rely on this. Sit down." Later, Inuyasha turned back to the appearance of a stone statue and squatted in front of the shrine. Speaking of which, Inuyasha, who turned into a stone statue of Inuyasha, actually had some momentum that could scare away evil spirits, but only if the knees of this stone statue were not so swollen. "Damn woman!" Juefeng once again shouted the name uncontrollably. When he met the eyes of the young witch, he knew that this was an instinctive reaction from the body. After awakening the greedy wolf star, Juefeng had an intuitive understanding of his state of possession. The real Inuyasha did not die or anything. He was still in this body. However, as the soul of the greedy wolf star, Inuyasha's soul was too powerful for him, and he was completely suppressed. Only when he was emotional would he show a trace of his soul. But at this moment the fox demon Chizuko Nagato Miki directly crossed the young witch with terrifying power and appeared in front of Juefeng and others. She waved her hand, and terrifying thunder shot in all directions. At the same time, she shot toward Juefeng, Mo Xiaofei, and Madame Zixing. The young witch's figure moved and waved her hand. Miki flashed and took back Erex from Juefeng and Mo Xiaofei's side. Suddenly, a thick enchantment was placed around him. The young witch frowned when she saw this. Are you really Chizuko Nagato? Juefeng frowned, and a kind of discomfort emerged in his heart. He wasn't sure if the half-demon Inuyasha in his body also felt anything during the process of the memory exchange between him and brother Mo Xiaofei. The young Miko-sama nodded directly. Her calm appearance was heart-wrenching. The young witch raised her hand at this time, and a blue light shot directly into Juefeng's body. With the degree of awakening the greedy wolf star, he didn't react. Didn't I tell you that as long as you appear again, I will kill you? The young witch stared at Inuyasha without sadness or joy. You stupid dog demon, are you really not afraid of death? Juefeng bathed in the blue light. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he could also perceive that this body was rapidly undergoing a wonderful change. His body became stronger. What did you do to me? You will soon become a real demon, no longer a half-demon. The young witch glanced at him indifferently. Don't forget your promise to ask for 100 great demons. Go. The young witch raised her hand, and a divine wind manifested. It blew directly on Juefeng and others. In an instant, Juefeng, Mo Xiaofei, and Madame Zixing were blown 100 meters away without any signs of stopping. Chapter 729. The days of self-cultivation on the mountain are generally very boring. She studies the scriptures, cultivates spiritual power, practices archery, and learns herbal knowledge. In addition, the unripe rice fields which once wandered when she was young and learned a lot of miscellaneous knowledge. She also passed it down. Chizuko Nagato learned very quickly. In a blink of an eye, she had been cultivating on the mountain for more than a year. Seeing that it was almost time for the New Year's prayer, the villagers of Unripe Rice Village began to prepare to go up the mountain to pray for blessings. This time, the unripe rice fields, which intends to let Chizuko Nagato preside over it. Preparing for the New Year's prayer is tedious. Everything must be carefully prepared. The unripe rice fields, which said that praying requires sincerity. Everything must be prepared with respect. Even the signs used for the villagers to write prayers must be moistened with spiritual power once. Of course, the task of carving the pieces of wood into the shape of a sign naturally fell on Inugami's shoulders. Inuyasha actually didn't understand why he, a powerful half-demon beast, had to do such trivial things here. It was just that his new master, Chizuko Nagato, had a cold temper. She would make him kneel if he didn't agree with her. Inugami's knees would also hurt. As time went by, Inuyasha actually had some understanding of Chizuko Nagato's temperament. As long as he followed her temperament, he generally wouldn't have anything to do with it. At first, he planned to teach this little brat a lesson to let her understand that he was not so easy to control. But, unknowingly, he had to look at this little brat's face. It was really not a good thing. Inuyasha, how many signs have you made? 359. Inuyasha responded weakly, then looked at the rice ball in Chizuko Nagato's hand. His stomach growled. Want to eat? Inuyasha nodded, then his face turned red. He snorted coldly, no. Chizuko Nagato took out one of the rice balls with the plum in it and threw it aside. Inugami, who had been hungry for a long time, didn't care about his dignity at this time. He jumped out with his hands and legs on the ground. He directly put the rice ball into his mouth and ate it happily, revealing his true nature. Similar things have happened many times, and Chizuko Nagato always smiles quietly. Chizuko Nagato put the rest of the rice balls aside, then began to pick up a brand and nourish it with spiritual power. For more than a year, Chizuko Nagato basically did not go down the mountain. The only time he went down the mountain was on the unripe rice village's sacrificial day last year. At that time, Narajinshin was about to give birth and couldn't go out. Shio went out with Shinji Nagato and they met. At that time, Shio was already pregnant for 3 months. Later, Saburo Nagato sent a letter saying that Narakami-chan gave birth to a son. Last month, Shinji Nagato also sent a letter saying that Shio also gave birth to a daughter. Chizuko Nagato smiled again, then put down the nourished plate and took another piece. At this time, Inuyasha, who had eaten enough, was squatting on the ground, wagging his tail. He was clearly a very obedient guy. Everyone is doing very well. The boss stopped writing here, and then a breeze blew on the yellowed paper, drying the handwriting gradually. It was the wind from the fan in the servant girl's hand. As for the fan, it should be found in the shrine. Was it a book written by a beautiful woman? Luochio lowered his head and smiled. He felt that if these pages were not bound into a book, but spread out page by page. After he wrote one, Yuyi picked up another one, then read while blowing on the ink that had not yet dried. It would probably be more pleasant. When the ink on this page dried, the servant girl opened a new blank page for the master. Luochio dipped a little ink and began to write the story again. On the first day of the new year, the villagers put the copper coins into the shrine's offering box, then walked up the steps and shook the bell. The villagers of Unripe Rice Village came one after another in an orderly manner. Chizuko Nagato was in front of the wooden fence next to her at this time, waiting for the villagers who came to hang the prayer sign. Very few villagers knew how to write. They needed the help of the witch to write their wishes. This used to be the work of the Unripe Rice Village's witch, but now it was taken over by Chizuko Nagato. However, this wooden fence was much higher than Chizuko Nagato's, so some places had to use the inugami of the shrine. The villagers of Unripe Rice Village had long known that there was a demon who had been subdued by the Unripe Rice Village's witch. Since it had been subdued, of course, there was less awe-inspiring. Moreover, except for Inuyasha's silver hair, ears, and tail, he was no different from ordinary people. Apart from that, he can be considered a handsome young man. Hey, this little brat, don't ride on me. Be careful, I will eat you. Inuyasha stared fiercely at a guy with a runny nose who stubbornly rode on his shoulder. The child was so scared that he burst into tears. Sit down, Chizuko Nagato ordered. Of course, Inuyasha felt pain in his knee. The pain of his knee hitting the ground at high speed was very uncomfortable even for the inugami. In fact, he hadn't been treated like this for almost 3 months. He thought Chizuko Nagato was tired of this game. However, Chizuko Nagato didn't care about Inuyasha's sad eyes at this time. Instead, she walked to the crying child and comforted him softly. Inuyasha looked at it and thought disdainfully in his heart, "Aren't you just a little brat?" But no matter what, he didn't dare to say such words. Bamboo has grown a lot. Mother. Chizuko Nagato heard the voice and looked forward. A quiet woman holding a baby in her hand was Haru Narakami. As for Saburo Nagato, he accompanied her. Not far away, there were Nagato, Munikika, Shinji Nagato, and the child born by Shio. Chizuko Nagato met them one by one. She didn't choose to catch up with the Nagato family immediately, but continued to help the villagers. This made Saburo Nagato and his wife feel both happy and distressed. Thinking of Chizuko Nagato's age, she should be carefree after being born by her parents. Haru Narakami handed the child to Saburo Nagato at this time, and then walked towards Inuyasha. She used to be born in the Unripe Rice Shrine. Although she was now married and no longer a Miko, she didn't really cut off contact with the Unripe Rice Shrine. Naturally, she recognized the origin of Inuyasha at a glance. Lord Inuyasha! Finally, I saw a human being who is polite to me. Inuyasha was very happy and snorted softly. What's the matter? If not, go back. I'm very busy. Haru Narakami said seriously, Bamboo is still young. I hope that Lord Inuyasha can take good care of him in the future. This child is born to be strong. If there is something in his heart, he won't easily tell others. If bamboo offends you in any way from now on, I hope that Lord Inuyasha won't take it to heart." Inuyasha waved his hand very generously, looked at Haru Narakami and said, "Don't worry, I won't care about this little devil." Haru Narakami bowed deeply in front of Inuyasha. "Then Chizuko will be handed over to Lord Inuyasha." Inuyasha had never encountered such a situation. He panicked suddenly and didn't know how to deal with it. Looking at Haru Narakami's caring appearance, Inuyasha couldn't help but think of his own origin. As a half-demon beast, the hardships he had suffered were naturally not felt by those pure-blooded demons, let alone ordinary people. He felt that half-demon beasts should be a particularly lonely and helpless group. Perhaps his human mother shouldn't have given birth to him. Or, if his human mother was still alive, there would be a time when she would ask others for help like this, right? If it was for himself, Inuyasha subconsciously asked, "Is this because of the relationship with the mother?" Of course, it's because of the relationship with the mother. Inuyasha actually had something to say to Haru Narakami, but after Haru Narakami simply said these few words, he began to sit behind the villagers and wait in line. The Nagato family didn't intend to use their privilege to line up in front of the villagers. Praying didn't care about the order. As long as they were pious, it was enough. The group of people waiting for the Nagato family also hung up the praying sign. An entire New Year's blessing ceremony was over. The unripe rice miko left the Nagato family for a meal at the shrine. After that, before the sky darkened, the Nagato family returned the way they came. It was indeed Erex, but in fact it could be said that it wasn't entirely Erex. The nightmare taper existed in every dream and could penetrate countless layers of dreams as the only real existence in the dream. What the nightmare taper got in one dream, it would naturally get the same in other dreams. On the contrary, if one was injured in one dream, it would also be injured in other dreams. Mickey didn't know that in the enchantment she was protecting, holding the unconscious Erex with injured eyes, she had already discussed something with a shop owner in another place. She just felt distressed for this injured man. The young Miko didn't intend to break Mickey's layers of enchantment. She just frowned. It seemed that she wanted to know the exact answer from Mickey's mouth. She couldn't see some things from her past perspective. It was not that she couldn't understand, nor did she feel that the past was too naive. She just felt that the past was obviously much stranger. Erex-sama is the one who is willing to accompany me. Mickey shed tears, stroked Erex's face, bowed her head and kissed his forehead. Then she glanced at the young Miko. He wants this world of Yenwiwa, so I will do my best to help him fulfill this dream. Didn't that half-demon beast also want to become a real demon beast? Didn't you purify the demon beast's bloodline for him? What qualifications do you have to say that? Unexpectedly, the young Miko-sama nodded in agreement. Aren't you going to send them off? The old woman said that you can send them to the foot of the mountain. Inuyasha looked at Chizuko Nagato, who was looking in front of the steps, and suddenly asked. At the same time he asked, he suddenly thought with some fear that this damned brat would suddenly give him another blow, causing pain to his knees. He even prepared for this. Chizuko Nagato raised her head. In the past year or so, she has grown a little taller, but she still needs to raise her head to look at this Inugami. What are you doing? Inuyasha couldn't help but be a little nervous. What he was most afraid of was Chizuko Nagato's gaze that only looked at him without speaking. Chizuko Nagato shook her head, said nothing, and returned directly to the shrine. Inuyasha breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had escaped this time. Soon after, Chizuko Nagato walked out again, still holding a food box in her hand, and then sat on the first step of the stairs down the mountain. Only then did Inuyasha remember that although the unripe rice miko kept the Nagato family to eat, because she was busy with the blessing ceremony, Chizuko Nagato had actually been busy and had not been able to have a good meal with her family. At this time, she was probably hungry. Sit. Chizuko Nagato raised her head again. Me? Inuyasha pointed to himself and asked. Chizuko Nagato nodded. This is the dumpling my mother made for me in the morning. You should eat some too. You said it yourself. I won't be polite. Inuyasha directly reached out and grabbed a piece of dumpling to eat. Chizuko Nagato had a smile at this time. Inuyasha glanced at it, then squatted next to Chizuko Nagato, looking into the distance. He just felt Chizuko Nagato leaning on him, and he was about to sneer that this little brat actually had her weak moments. But when he fixed his eyes, Chizuko Nagato was actually asleep. This day, she got up early in the morning and was busy until now. She was much more tired than the Miko's cultivation. It was not surprising that she fell asleep. Inuyasha simply didn't move his body and let Chizuko Nagato lean on him. His tail swayed behind him, occasionally gently stroking Chizuko Nagato's back. Occasionally, he reached out and grabbed a piece of dumpling in the food box. He didn't dare to move too much and ate slowly. The sun was setting, and the two shadows in front of the shrine were long and slender. Mickey didn't think that the young Miko could admit it so straightforwardly. This was still the same Chizuko Nagato who didn't admit that she was the source of evil. She directly chose to cut off everything, turned a blind eye to everything, and then hid in the shrine. Because I really don't have this qualification. The young Miko walked to the front of the enchantment step by step and said indifferently, I don't have the qualification to control you, so I naturally have no burden to make you disappear. The layers of enchantment shattered just like that. The young Miko summoned a thunderbolt and shot it straight to Eric's body. Mickey's eyes flashed with a huge murderous intent. She blocked the thunderbolt with one hand and blasted her arm into a bloody mess. But at the same time, she rushed out very quickly, leaving a huge wound on the young Miko. Chapter 730. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The 14-year-old Chizuko Nagato is ready to take over the unripe rice shrine from the hands of the unripe rice shrine. But before that, Chizuko Nagato still needs to complete a test from the witch. The content of the test was that she had to expel a toad monster that had recently wandered into the mountains near Unripe Rice Village without the help of the Inugami's power. The 14-year-old Chizuko Nagato already had powerful spiritual power. The Unripe Rice Shrine was very confident in her. However, Chizuko Nagato had no experience in getting rid of a monster alone before. She was a little nervous before leaving. Watching Chizuko Nagato grow up from the age of 6 to the age of 14 now, the Inugami, who squatted in front of the shrine, was very familiar with some of Chizuko Nagato's unknown tricks. For example, when she was nervous, she would clean the courtyard in front of the shrine at night. I heard that you are going down the mountain tomorrow. Inuyasha rested his head on the back of Chizuko Nagato's head. Unknowingly, this little brat had grown to the height of his neck. 8 years for the Inugami was just a small part of a long life. It passed in a hurry. But what happened in 8 years was like an illusion. It happened yesterday. As long as you think about it, you can remember it. Yeah. Maybe you will die. That toad monster is not easy to deal with. Even if it's me, it will take some effort. Inuyasha then emphasized, Of course, it's just a waste of effort. I won't get hurt. Chizuko Nagato stopped and looked sideways. Perhaps for the Inugami, 8 years is really short. As a human, Chizuko Nagato will soon grow bigger and then grow old like the unripe rice shrine. Then, she will look for a suitable heir like her. After that, the new apprentice which will become the new master of the Inugami with her help. Inuyasha will guard the shrine from generation to generation, and the shrines which will be replaced one after another. Why are you looking at me? Inuyasha snorted softly and said, Are you afraid? Then come and beg me. I have a way to not let that damned old woman know, and then secretly help you. But let me tell you in advance. It's okay for me to help you, but you have to promise me one thing. take off the necklace on my neck." Chizuko Nagato thought for a while, then threw the broom in her hand forward. The inugami of the shrine flew out without a word and took a broom. Chizuko Nagato took the broom, stroked Inuyasha's head a few times, and said calmly, "I can do it. Don't worry." "Who cares? Little brat. Don't treat me as a stupid dog." Inuyasha was furious. He couldn't figure out why he always went to pick up the things thrown by Chizuko Nagato. Yes, every time. "I have Inuko, you brat, to die, to die, to die, to die. Of the ofs, eyes, eyes. Of. Nagato tustu. To rice twos ofs. To. Ah. As usual, Chizuko Nagato accompanied the unripe rice field witch to do her homework for the day after dinner. In the middle of the night, there was a strange sound outside Chizuko Nagato's bedroom. She opened the door and saw a talisman placed in the corridor outside the bedroom. Chizuko Nagato picked up the talisman, knowing that it was sent by Inuyasha secretly. She smiled, then returned to the bedroom to meditate and recharge her energy. Chizuko Nagato felt that her master, the unripe rice field witch, would pass away one day. So, it was a good thing to take this test early while the unripe rice field witch was still alive. If the test failed, it proved that she still did not have the ability to take over the shrine. If she could return, she could continue to practice under the guidance of the unripe rice field witch. If she couldn't come back, the unripe rice field witch still had time to find and train a new successor witch. Before dawn, Chizuko Nagato quietly left the shrine. Before leaving Unripe Rice Village, she actually went to Nagato's house, but she watched from a distance. Chizuko Nagato didn't leave until Nagato's door opened and a servant came out. After leaving Unripe Rice Village, Chizuko Nagato passed through a valley and saw a stream flowing nearby. She planned to rest there. At this time, a crying sound came from behind a layer of rocks in the stream. It was a child of 12 or 13 years old. "What happened?" "My little brother was taken away by a demon. I'm very sad. I wish I could get the demon back with my own hands, but there's nothing I can do, other than secretly crying here. What else can I do?" The child was devastated. It seemed that he had been crying for some time. Chizuko Nagato guessed that the demon in the child's mouth was probably the one that the unripe rice field which asked her to get rid of. She continued to ask and found that it was true. This toad spirit likes to wear a red cassock and claims to be the Red Cloak Sorcerer. Everywhere he goes, he will catch young boys. The Red Cloak Sorcerer believes that the vitality of the boy is the key to longevity. Therefore, he uses a secret technique to raise the captured boys. He chooses a specific day to dress the boys in red clothes. Then he will go against the heavens to prolong his life. When these boys lose their value, he will eat them directly. So far, more than 13 boys have died in the hands of the Red Cloak Sorcerer. I'm the apprentice witch of the Unripe Rice Shrine. I came here this time to ask for the Red Cloak Sorcerer. If you know where the Red Cloak Sorcerer is, tell me so that more people won't be hurt." Chizuko Nagato directly stated her intention. The crying boy saw that Chizuko Nagato was about the same age as him. Naturally, he didn't believe that she could deal with him. He sighed, "I don't want more people to be hurt. My brother was taken away. It may be his life, but if he dies in exchange for the peace of the village, it is worth it. The Red Cloak Sorcerer is powerful. You can't deal with him." Chizuko Nagato directly took off the wooden bow, put an arrow on it, and shot at the big tree 100 feet away. Her movements were very fast, and she shot out 3 arrows in a row. The arrows were nailed directly to the trunk, but they were nailed to the armpit and the head of a climbing civet cat. The civet cat was restrained by the arrows and couldn't move, showing a look of horror. Chizuko Nagato slowly said, "Don't worry. I have the ability to protect myself." This child saw the magic of Chizuko Nagato's archery and knew that he had met someone with real ability. He had long hoped that someone could ask for the Red Cloak Sorcerer. He quickly told the hiding place of the Red Cloak Sorcerer, and told Chizuko Nagato that the Red Cloak Sorcerer was at his weakest in the middle of the night. Yen PS1. I'm in Hangzhou. I seem to have a heat stroke. PS2. I really have a heat stroke. Chapter 731. If Chizuko Nagato can come back smoothly, she will take over as the Unripe Rice Shrine's witch. After Chizuko Nagato left quietly, the Unripe Rice Shrines, which had been preparing for the succession ceremony attentively, Inugami and Inuyasha had changed back and forth from the stone statue to the human form 4 times in the morning. Each time he came to the main hall to take a look at the Unripe Rice Shrine's witch and left. It was not until the 5th time that the Unripe Rice Shrine's witch said, "Inuyasha, go to the cave and get some pool water back. You are so well prepared. It seems that you are optimistic that the little brat can come back safely." Inuyasha leaned against the door and did not leave immediately. The Unripe Rice Shrine's witch said softly, "If she can come back safely, these preparations can be used. If she can't come back, then take it as an early preparation for the next time. No matter what, it is better to be prepared than not. Your test is too difficult." Inuyasha frowned. "I have fought with the red shirt mage before. You know, even I am not his opponent. If I hadn't been injured by the red shirt mage, you wouldn't have been able to subdue me so easily. Now, you let the little brat deal with him, which is equivalent to sending him to his death. You have always been dissatisfied with me treating you as the Inugami. Now your contract has been transferred to Chizuko. If she is unlucky, the contract will be automatically lifted and you will be free. Isn't it just right? If she can come back safely, you should be sad." The Unripe Rice Shrines, which glanced at Inuyasha again. "Of course." Inuyasha walked out of the main hall without looking back. This divine wind carried a very strange power. Not only did Wind-Chasing Wolf and Emo Xiaofei fail to get rid of it, but they were also sent far away. And it didn't stop there. However, Xuefeng's body suddenly erupted with a powerful force. He grabbed Emo Xiaofei in one hand and Zixing in the other. He roared, broke free from the divine wind, and finally landed on the ground. "Xuefeng, Emo Xiaofei was worried that Xuefeng's outburst would cause harm to his body. Before this, Xuefeng looked very tired. Xuefeng shook his head and said, "I don't know why, but when that damned woman shot a beam of light at me, I felt a steady flow of energy from this body." Emo Xiaofei frowned. "She wants you to help her deal with the demon fox Chizuko Nagato?" But on second thought, Emo Xiaofei wasn't sure. If the young witch had such a plan, she wouldn't have sent them away. After he and Xuefeng touched the freak with injured eyes at the same time, they exchanged their experiences in Yen Wuyue's world. They knew more or less about the things between Inuyasha and Miko. "Big brother, I want to go back." Xuefeng looked up immediately. "I don't know why, but I just have a feeling that I have to go back." Emo Xiaofei didn't say anything and simply nodded. He was almost exhausted. At this time he had a splitting headache and needed to rest for some time. "You go ahead. I also need to take the time to recover. I will take care of Zixing." Xuefeng nodded and glanced at the unconscious Zixing. "Activate lightning speed." Miko seemed to have purified Inuyasha's demon bloodline, so the quality of this body suddenly improved a lot. This lightning speed seemed to have improved a lot as a result. Emo Xiaofei found a hidden place to settle down. He put down Zixing and began to sit cross-legged. While chanting Heart Sutra, he let himself enter a state of no thoughts. After this mental riot, Emo Xiaofei vaguely felt that his spirit power seemed to have changed a little. What was that emperor-like figure I saw at that time? Emo Xiaofei's mind flashed by distracting thoughts. He quickly shook his head and focused on recovering his spirit again. There seemed to be a coolness in his mind, but he couldn't find the source of this coolness. He opened his eyes abruptly and said incredulously, "Hey, why is my spirit power recovering so much faster than before?" If the recovery speed of his spirit power was 1 when he was trained by Long Shirua, then the recovery speed now was at least 5. According to the child's reminder, Chizuko Nagato waited until midnight before she started to act. The Toad Spirit Red Cloak Mage was rumored to be a powerful demon. The Unripe Rice Field, which had a handbook which also explained the Red Cloak Mage. This handbook was written by the Unripe Rice Field, which, when she was traveling, it recorded many legends of demons and stories of gods and ghosts from all over the world. It was said that this was passed down from the first generation of the Unripe Rice Field Witch, and then it was perfected from generation to generation. Chizuko Nagato felt that she should also write her own experiences in the handbook in the future. She didn't think about whether she could deal with the Red Cloak Mage. Why do you want to think about it? She felt that life was very short and only a few decades passed in a hurry. It was far less than the lives of demons and gods, so life should be more efficient. Worrying will waste time. Just think about how to do things well. When I return safely, the expression on that stupid dog's face must be wonderful, right? Although she didn't want to waste her life in meaningless worry, fear, and various fantasies, Chizuko Nagato found that looking forward to the future would make her more active. The Red Cloak Mage is a demon that is difficult to eliminate and purify. Before leaving the Unripe Rice Field, which told Chizuko Nagato that with her ability, it was best to seal the Red Cloak Mage. Now, the place where the Red Cloak Mage was hiding was in front of her. Chizuko Nagato could see a faint green light in that place. After thinking for a while, Chizuko Nagato slowed down and took down the wooden bow and arrow. At this time, a cold wind suddenly blew in the cave, and a ghost-like cry began to echo around. A figure flew out of the cave, stepping on a colorful cloud, wearing a red cassock and smiling like a kind elder. Ameba. Red Cloak Mage. Chizuko Nagato directly knocked the feather arrow and pointed at the other party. Is it a witch? I wonder why you came so late at night. The Red Cloak Mage descended from the colorful cloud, and his kind smile was more like the statue of an ancient temple. Chizuko Nagato felt the Red Cloak Mage's huge magical power at this moment. However, this magical power revealed a strange feeling at the beginning. It didn't have the sense of righteousness and peace of the monk that the Unripe Rice Field which once mentioned. She quickly became alert. Moreover, it wasn't like what the child at the foot of the mountain said. The Red Cloak Mage's weakest time was midnight. If this was already the Red Cloak Mage's weakest time, then when he went all out, it was too shocking. Chizuko Nagato's heart suddenly became heavy, and at the same time, she observed the surrounding terrain. An arrow was shot without warning. Chizuko Nagato launched a probing arrow. The Red Cloak Mage easily caught Chizuko Nagato's feather arrow. At the same time, the smile on his face became more and more intense. Did the witch find out that midnight is my weakest time, so she came to disturb me? Chizuko Nagato ignored it. She quickly changed her position and shot another arrow. The Red Cloak Mage stretched out his hand again and easily caught it. He smiled and said, "The spiritual power on this arrow is very strong. If you can hit it, it will be a big problem. Unfortunately, you can't hit me. I might as well tell you that midnight is indeed my most important time, but it is not the weakest time, but the strongest time." The Red Cloak Mage opened his mouth and spat out a colorful mist. The mist swelled with the wind like a colorful wind. Wherever it passed, trees and flowers withered. Chizuko Nagato couldn't avoid it. Her skirt was stained with some of the mist, and a corner was corroded. Her expression couldn't help but become more solemn. At the same time, she remembered the boy who was secretly crying at the foot of the mountain. "Did you order that boy?" The Red Cloak Mage laughed. "I just promised him to let go of his brother, and he was willing to work for me. Every time an Onmyoji or monk comes, they think they have obtained valuable information, but they don't know that they have fallen into my trap. Your spiritual power is pure. Although you can't be used as a child for my longevity secret technique, it would be great if I could eat you. Let me tell you, young man, you are too young and too simple. You will die very quickly. Haha. The red cloak mage laughed and waved his hands. The soil in the mountain forest was turned over, and small demons the size of a wolf dog and the body of a toad came out. However, it was difficult to count their number for a while. Chizuko Nagato didn't know that the red cloak mage had cultivated such a powerful spell. Under the siege of many small demons, she seemed to be in danger. In her memory, the young Miko didn't have much time to feel physical pain. Her powerful spiritual power made the demons unable to block her arrow. However, at this time, Chizuko Nagato's claws left several deep wounds on her body. The moment the red blood flowed out, the pain caused the body's instinctive reaction, making it difficult for the young Miko to breathe. Obviously, when she took the initiative to attack Erex, she had already violated the fox demon Chizuko Nagato's bottom line. Looking at Miko's eyes that gradually turned red, the young Miko once again put an arrow on the wooden bow. After absorbing the power of another Miko, Stainless' spiritual power had already changed. It no longer had a strong restraining ability against demons, but its power had risen to the level that could threaten powerful demons. Sure enough, you never regretted it. Miko looked at the young Miko's indifferent face and smiled sadly. In the past, you gave up on me. Now you plan to kill me, and even erase my most precious thing. You shouldn't exist at all. Whoosh! The arrow shot out in an instant. Miko screamed, and the extent of her fox demon transformation deepened again. The cyan demon power formed a coat on her body like a real fox demon's. Today, Miko just opened her mouth and easily bit the arrow shot by the young Miko. Without any hesitation, the fox demon Chizuko Nagato bit the young Miko's shoulder, and her sharp teeth tore off a piece of flesh. Arrows were shot out, and a large number of toad demons fell in front of Chizuko Nagato. However, the arrows on her arrow basket were almost empty. The red cloak mage on the rosy cloud was leisurely. The difference in strength was obvious. Miko, give up resistance. I will make you feel no pain. Chizuko Nagato touched the arrow basket and found that it was empty. Her expression changed slightly, but she couldn't think too much. She could only hold the wooden bow in her hand and hit the toad demons that flew over. This wooden bow was enchanted with spiritual power, and it also had great power. Unfortunately, the wooden bow was not as convenient as the arrow, and it consumed more spiritual power. Would he fall here just like that? Chizuko Nagato looked at the wound on her arm that was bitten by a toad demon. During the days of cultivation on the mountain, she would also get injured, but it was different from now. She heard from the unripe rice field that people would remember the past when they were about to die. Chizuko Nagato didn't have such a feeling. The large overdraft of spiritual power only made her feel tired. If she hadn't promised the unripe rice field witch at the beginning and hadn't become a witch apprentice, would today's incident not happen? As the Nagato family's Chizuko Nagato, she lived in the Nagato family's mansion. She watched the birth of Saburo Nagato and Haru Narakami's child, as well as the birth of Shio and Shinji's child. In the following time, she would mourn for Nagato Munekika, who might die of illness or old age. She would watch the elders leave one by one. She might get married earlier and have children until one day her descendants would be standing in front of her tomb. This seems to be a good way. Little devil, hold on. An anxious voice came from afar. Under the moonlight, a fiery red figure broke into a large number of toad demons, waving his hands that turned into sharp claws. Little devil, don't fall here. If you don't take off my necklace, I will be very tired and annoyed. Don't bring trouble to me. Inuyasha, why are you here? Didn't the witch say that you are not allowed to fight? Chizuko Nagato frowned. Who cares about that kind of thing? And I also have a score to settle with this stinky toad. Inuyasha pulled out the sword at his waist. I heard that this sword was a weapon made from the teeth of Inuyasha's father, a very powerful demon. Inuyasha slashed out 3 powerful winds and instantly cleaned up the toad demons on the ground. He carried the sword and slashed towards the red cloak mage without saying a word. "It's you again, half-demon. It turns out that you are not dead yet." The red cloak mage was not afraid. With a grin on his face, he summoned a gust of wind and a gloomy poisonous fog. Then he took out a 9-foot-long Zen staff and met Inuyasha's sword. There was a big gap between Inuyasha and the red cloak mage. At this time, the red cloak mage had harmed many children, and his strength had greatly increased. Inuyasha's pressure increased after a few rounds. He saw that Chizuko Nagato was motionless at this time and couldn't help but yell, "Little devil, don't be stupid! How old are you? If you can't do it yourself, it doesn't matter if you rely on others. You restrain the red cloak mage. I will prepare the sealing technique." Chizuko Nagato nodded, then put down the wooden bow in her hand. She formed a seal with both hands. The remaining spiritual power began to erupt, and a poetic spell began to be recited. The wind is on the water, guided by the water flow. The voice of Chizuko Nagato began to echo around, and the trees in the mountain stream swayed. Inuyasha raised the sword in his hand and slashed fiercely at the red cloak mage. A beam of spiritual power rose from the earth and wrapped around the red cloak mage, making him unable to move freely. The red cloak mage's fierceness was aroused, and he separated to resist. However, the power of the seal became stronger and stronger, and his body was gradually bound by the seal formed by spiritual energy. Mickey bit off the flesh on the young witch's shoulder, but she did not stop. Her sharp claws went around the young witch's back at this time, leaving several bloody marks on her back. After all, it was still too painful, so the young witch still made a muffled sound. The melody fluttered everywhere and the echo rippled. The young witch grabbed the wooden bow in her hand forcefully. It was too late to knock an arrow, so she simply hit Mickey with the wooden bow. However, she was seriously injured, and this movement triggered the wound. This time, there was still some deviation. Mickey seized this excellent opportunity, and the tail behind her sword, directly wrapping the young witch's body. Shake, 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 enter the endless sky. The tail wrapped around the young witch's neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. The tail contracted frantically, as if to completely crush her body. She looked up at the sky. The stars were dim, and this full moon night didn't look beautiful. Through time come and go, descend upon the world. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Chizuko Nagato is the most annoying. Mickey's eyes were red, and the mutation of her body had become more and more serious. She was like a monster full of hair. Her eyes were ferocious as she stared in front of the young witch. "Now, friend, come to the earth." The sound of bones breaking began to sound, and the young witch's face gradually changed because of the pain. She struggled so that she could look down a little. "Let us sing the song we have forgotten and find the feeling we have lost." Without any hesitation, Mickey suddenly opened her palm, and the tail wrapped around the young witch suddenly loosened a little, until the moment we meet again, deep, deep sleep. Thus, the palm as sharp as a knife penetrated the loosened tail without any hindrance. It penetrated directly from the position of the heart. The young witch's pupils opened in an instant and then lost any color. Time is passing. I don't know when the seal will be completed. The red mage finally disappeared, leaving only a staff. He was sealed inside the Buddha staff. Inuyasha picked up the staff, shook it, and looked at Chizuko Nagato. He said disdainfully, "Not bad, little brat. I didn't learn in vain these years." Chizuko Nagato showed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Although there were many wounds on her body, it was not a big problem. But looking at Inuyasha's annoying teasing, she was still a little unhappy. She opened her mouth slightly and said, "Sit down." "Little brat, I came to save you, but you still." Mickey pulled her palm back from the young witch, and a streak of red blood spread. She let go of her tail, and without support, the young witch's body fell from the air. Mickey watched this scene quietly, facing Inuyasha's dissatisfaction and roar. The smile on Chizuko Nagato's face seemed to widen a little. She turned around. "Inuyasha, let's go back!" Chapter 732. Godspeed, 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 Godspeed. Zhuefeng knew where the source of this urgency came from. It came from the original owner of his current body. At first, Zhuefeng could vaguely feel that the soul of Inuyasha in Yenwei's world was not dead. The half-demon beast's body that he inexplicably occupied was not just an empty shell. Later, after the greedy wolf star was awakened, his sense in this regard was further enhanced. To be more precise, Inuyasha's consciousness was just sleeping. Now, Inuyasha's consciousness had shown signs of waking up. Perhaps he had woken up long ago, but he seemed to be trapped because of the existence of the greedy wolf star who had awakened. But Inuyasha was obviously doing everything possible to break through this shackle. Now, this urgency was the best proof. Although I don't know you, I came to this place and occupied your body without your consent. Although this is not voluntary. However, since you want to see that damn woman so much, can you be quiet? Zhuefeng took a deep breath and said, "You will affect me like this. I can't concentrate on using Godspeed. Believe me, I really want to help you." In fact, Zhuefeng himself felt a little incredible. Logically speaking, at this time he should have left with Big Brother Mo Xiao Fei and Purple Star as far away as possible, but he still chose to stay. This didn't seem to be very strange for Brother Mo Xiao Fei, because Brother Mo Xiao Fei was this kind of person who was willing to help others. But he wasn't. Even if he admitted that Mo Xiao Fei was his brother, and he had 120% respect for him in his heart, Zhuefeng asked himself that he couldn't be like Brother Mo Xiao Fei. His thinking was actually very simple. He would be good to whoever was good to him. Among these people, including Cheese, Nini, and even Long Shirua, etc. But it was definitely not a complete stranger who had no connection with him, even if this guy was a good person. Zhuefeng couldn't figure it out. After thinking about it, he finally came to the conclusion that he was affected by Inuyasha's mood. The impact was so deep that he made this irrational behavior. But at the same time, he also felt that he didn't hate doing this. "Hey, if you can solve this problem later, go and tell her your intentions," Zhuefeng said in his heart. As the saying goes, the onlooker has a clearer view of the situation. Even a greenhorn like him, who was inexperienced on the path of love, felt very anxious when he saw the relationship between this half-demon and the witch. If you like her, just say it out loud. Isn't that a simple matter? But he subconsciously ignored the fact that he seemed to be similar to Inuyasha. He liked him, but couldn't say it. The will of Inuyasha hidden in the body began to cooperate, and the speed was full of complacency. Soon after, Zhuefeng successfully saw the cherry tree. The trees began to wither. A figure was constantly flashing, and every time it flashed, it would move a distance of more than 10 meters. Then this figure stopped, stopping under the withered cherry blossom tree. But what he saw was the young witch on the ground, and Mickey, who was quietly standing beside her. A huge sense of grief made Zhuefeng instinctively take a step forward. Speed. In this small distance, under the effect of God's speed, Windchaser should have directly appeared beside Mickey and Miko-sama. However, something seemed to be blocking his route at the end. Zhuefeng had to stop 2 meters away. He could see that one of Mickey's palms was stained with blood, and he could also see the shocking wound on the young witch's chest. There was no doubt that it had been penetrated. This was not the kind of beautiful script where the protagonist was immortal. The young witch's heart naturally would not appear on the right side. Under such a penetration, there was only one result for the young witch. When did this happen? A second ago? 10 seconds ago? Or earlier? If he had arrived a step earlier, would things have changed? Zhuefeng's mind kept flashing such questions, and at the same time he found that his mind was actually blank. It was a kind of forcing himself to think about something, forcing himself to calm down and think about all possibilities. He tried everything to escape this fact. Mickey glanced at Juefeng in front of her without much expression. She is dead. Chizuko Nagato is dead. Juefeng was silent. Something was rampaging in his body. It was roaring, shouting in pain and lamenting. Under that kind of contact on the consciousness level, all emotions could not be hidden. You killed yourself. Juefeng came to such a conclusion with difficulty. It stood to reason that he seemed to have killed himself, the untrustworthy person, the rather sensitive and fragile self. But this was somewhat different from what happened between Mickey and Mickey. He killed his past self, but the one in front of him was the past that killed his present self. Mickey seemed to see through Juefeng's thoughts, so she said directly, "Do you think this kind of thing shouldn't happen? In any case, the current you will be more mature than the past you. People can't go back as they live. How can you be worse than your past self?" Juefeng shook his head and tried his best to suppress the madness in his body that did not belong to him but affected him crazily. He took a deep breath and felt a little bored. "But in the end you won, didn't you?" "Because this is not a fairy tale. The prince may not be able to arrive in time in the end." Mickey began to wipe her blood-stained palms. "This is not a fairy tale. The so-called light can always defeat the darkness, and the so-called evil can't defeat justice in the end. It's just a competition of who wants to stay more." Juefeng wanted to say something, but chose to remain silent in the end. He asked himself that he was not an idealist. He even vaguely agreed with Mickey's words in his heart. "I will send you out of here," Mickey suddenly said. Mickey suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Including all the people involved in the main world of Yen Wuyua's world. Don't worry. For you will only feel tired. And the time of the main world will not be later than the time when the movie just ended." Is it that simple? Juefeng was deeply skeptical about this. Mickey shook her head. "This movie has been playing in the main world for some time and has absorbed enough nightmare power. At first, it was just to get a lot of nightmare power. Now the plan is almost completed. Naturally, there is no need to keep you here. After all, if a large number of people lose their consciousness, this Yen Wuyua's world has a great risk of being exposed to some existences. This is not what Sir Arax wants to see. Of course, I'm talking about a large number. If it's just a few, I don't think the impact will be too bad." Juefeng frowned. He heard the threat in Mickey's words. Mickey sneered at this time. "You and your other two companions have a strong soul, so even if you enter Yen Wuyua's world, you don't lose your memory. If I let you leave, Yen Wuyua's world will always be exposed. In addition, Sir Arax really likes your companion named Emo Xiaofei. Since Sir Arax likes him, then let him reincarnate in the nightmare forever." Mickey suddenly waved her arm. Windchaser had been on guard ever since he sensed the threat from her mouth. At this moment, Mickey had just moved, but he had already activated his god speed and moved more than 10 meters away. But Juefeng only moved once, and his body was already unable to move. He understood the gap between him and Mickey. A violent will swept Juefeng's spirit, making him lose consciousness in an instant. At this time, the root of the cherry tree suddenly grew out and directly swallowed Juefeng. After that, Mickey no longer looked at Juefeng, but lowered her head to look at the young witch's body. She frowned, and a burst of demon fox fire burst out, directly starting to burn the young witch's body. But this body was unscathed under the burning of the demon fox fire. She was still in the state when she died. Because of the same origin. Mickey frowned. The young witch was indeed dead. Now the body was preserved proudly because of the particularity of the body. After all, this was cultivated by Nagato Munekika with the demon fox's heart and flesh. Later, he retrieved the demon fox's soul sealed by the Narukami family. It could be said that the existence of Chizuko Nagato was equivalent to the rebirth of the demon fox. It was just that with Arax's inherent special ability between dream and reality, there were two Chizuko Nagato who should have been unique. Now only Mickey was left. When the two competed, even if the external conditions were the same, it was good to be in a state of complete equality. The one who could survive was naturally better. Sir Erex, Mickey also rolled the witch's body into the root and finally came to Erex's side. She picked him up and placed him under the cherry tree. A trace of tiny roots began to entangle Erex's body. That was the nightmare power that Mickey back-fed from the cherry tree. Rumble dash! At the bottom of the cherry tree trunk, there were 3 cracks at this time. Amaterasu Amakami, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo slowly floated out as if they were pushed by something. Mickey glanced at Erex at this time and walked directly to Sangiko. As a container, she not only accommodated the nightmare of the entire Yen Wiwa world, but also the authority of this world fragment. Her current state was the most ideal state. Even if all the authority of the entire Yen Wiwa world were summed up, she could easily swallow it. Sir Erex, after I devour Sangiko's authority and then go to Yahikidano to absorb Izanami, I will accompany you to that place. With that said, Mickey directly devoured Sangiko. She knew that from now on, Izanami would not be her opponent. Luachio put down the brush and waited quietly for the writing to dry. After these black words completely merged with the yellowed paper, Boss Luo gently closed the book. Master, Miko lost. Luachio glanced at Yu Yi, then stood up, handed the book to Yu Yi, and said softly, "The story is finished. Let's go to the customer to check the goods. If they are not satisfied, we can only rewrite it." After leaving the shrine with Yu Yi, when they were going down the mountain, they saw Taisetsu picking a bunch of wild fruits from somewhere. He put them in his clothes and walked up while biting them. When Taisetsu saw the boss, he immediately showed a bright smile, then said, "Boss, do you want to eat some fruit? This thing is quite sweet. There is only one fruit tree growing on the road, so I picked some." "Okay." Luachio reached out and took it. "Where are we going now?" Taisetsu asked curiously. "Delivery." In the cave, Emo Xiaofei had chanted the Heart Sutra countless times. He had even entered a state that he had never entered before, so much so that he had forgotten everything. Perhaps because he was too focused, Emo Xiaofei did not notice that at this moment, not far from him, a wisp of black smoke slowly emerged from the ground. And this wisp of black smoke was approaching him at this moment. Emo Xiaofei still didn't notice anything, because the ultimate goal of this wisp of black smoke was not Emo Xiaofei, but the unconscious Zixing who was placed aside. This wisp of black smoke gradually turned into a shadow and approached Madame Purple Star bit by bit. It was just that it seemed to have some scruples. In the end, it just circled around Zixing. It was Een Greedy Wolf, or rather, the will that was finally split from Een Greedy Wolf. When the shackles of the seal could not be completely torn off and were retracted again, Een Greedy Wolf had to be cruel to itself. At the same time, because the seal was half broken, its crazy idea was realized. Een Greedy Wolf directly severed its power and will, and its will was free to leave, but Een Greedy Wolf's power was eventually taken back into Zixing's soul. Freedom of will meant that it would no longer be restricted. However, it had lost the source of the Een Greedy Wolf's power. This made it, who was free, feel extremely unwilling. It wanted to take back its own source strength, but there was a critical problem, and that was if it got too close to Purple Star, would its will, which it had painstakingly regained, be restricted again? It was not sure if this bondage that had enslaved it for countless years could do this. While hesitating, Een Greedy Wolf suddenly felt a sense of danger. It was the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. Who? A purple mist slowly emerged from the ground at this time. Not long after, it turned into a small snake. Chapter 733. At first, Hakata didn't expect that he, a master of playing with souls, would be tricked by Erex. Not only did he fail to devour the world authority, but he even suffered a great blow. Heavenly Thunder's damage to the soul was really immeasurable. Yamato no Orochi was now in urgent need to swallow something to recover, But in Yen Wuyue's world, especially around the unripe rice village, everything that was alive had been absorbed by the roots of the cherry tree. As a dignified snake of calamity, he couldn't lower himself to harm the earthworms underground and the caterpillars on the tree trunk, right? But fortunately, the guy who was hiding a wisp of the ancient emperor's soul had actually appeared in the vicinity of his escape route. How can I let go of this kind of delicious food that fell from the sky? I didn't expect that the heavens would not let me go, Hakata. However, Hakata no Orochi was also afraid of the appearance of Emo Xiaofei. It was still an illusion brought by Erex. So he had been lurking, confirming again and again whether the Emo Xiaofei who appeared in front of him was real or not. In addition, the little kid with the greedy wolf seal next to Emo Xiaofei was also a superb delicacy. There was no harm in being careful. Hakata no Orochi originally planned to observe for a while, but the sudden appearance of the greedy wolves will disrupted its plan. Is this guy trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Seeing the greedy wolves while wandering around zigzagging, Hakata no Orochi could sit still. The greedy wolves will had to be wary of this purple snake. It knew about the Shangliu clan, but the injured Shangliu bloodline in front of it always gave it a sense of danger. It was strange that a Shangliu without a body could still be evil. Therefore, Hakata no Orochi and greedy wolves will, who had already belonged to the loser group, stared at each other strangely in this small cave. They were both thinking about how to win the loser resurrection match. We are fighting now. It's hard to say who will win, but one thing is certain, the remaining one will definitely suffer irreversible damage. Yamato no Orochi was the first to speak. Shangliu clan's bloodline, what do you want to say? Greedy wolves did not relax its vigilance against this purple snake at all. I will swallow this man, and this woman is yours. Hakata no Orochi stuck out its tongue. We will mind our own business. Okay. Greedy wolves agreed almost without thinking. These two belonged to the loser group, but after the discussion, no one made the first move. They were still staring at each other. They didn't take what they had just discussed to heart. Both of them were cunning 1,000-year-old ghosts, so how could they easily trust each other? However, the two of them also understood that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. This time it was Greedy Wolf's turn to talk first. Xiang Lu family bloodline. How about we make a soul oath? Let's help each other. Soul oath. This was something that even Yamato no Orochi, the ancestor who claimed to play with souls, dared not easily promise. But on the other hand, this kind of oath was even stronger than that of blood relatives and husband and wife. In essence, it was a permanent relationship where one's glory was shared and one's loss was shared. Hakata no Orochi couldn't help but think, now I am just an arrow at the end of its flight. Greedy Wolf doesn't know my real situation, so it doesn't dare to act rashly. Once Greedy Wolf finds out, I will be doomed eternally. Why not make this oath? Greedy Wolf is also a powerful creature. It's not a disgrace to form an alliance with him. Besides, under the constraint of the oath, even if he doesn't want to, he must try his best to help me recover my strength. At that time, I just need to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Isn't that perfect? Greedy Wolf couldn't help but think, I have separated my own will and the power of Greedy Wolf. Now only my will is exposed. Although my aura hasn't changed, in essence, it's just an empty appearance. Shangliu clan is only afraid of the legend of Greedy Wolf, so they don't dare to act rashly. Once the bloodline of Shangliu clan finds out about this, I will definitely become its prey. Then my hard-won freedom will turn into a bubble, which is not what I want. If the Xiang Lu clan was willing to make this vow, the Xiang Lu clan wouldn't be too bad. Therefore, it would be acceptable for the Xiang Lu clan to form an alliance. Besides, under the constraint of the oath, even if he knows about my current situation and wants to harm me, he has to think carefully. He even has to try his best to help me get back the power of Greedy Wolf. At that time, I just need to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Isn't that great? Okay. Hakeda no Orochi thought for a while, but pretended that it was not easy and made an unhappy sound. Then let's start. Ian Greedy Wolf also seemed to be forced by the situation. These two old monsters were naturally not newbies in the monster circle. They knew the soul oath very well, so they started to make it. Of course, they could see clearly whether the other party had done something or not. I, Shangliu clan, Hakata no Orochi. I, Ian Greedy Wolf, Lien Zhen no Oro. When the light of the oath shone on both the purple snake and the shadow, they both smiled in their hearts. So, Brother Hakata, are you going to help me? What's going on? You, Brother Lien Zhen, don't you think you should trick me? They both spoke at the same time. When the oath came into effect, they could clearly sense each other's state. At this time, their hearts twitched as if they had been trampled by 10,000 wild boars stained with cow dung. Therefore, the two who had just made the oath and had a bond deeper than blood stared at each other again. It was no different from the beginning. Almost in an instant, Hakata no Orochi and Ian Greedy Wolf understood each other's thoughts. They could not help but hate each other in their hearts. But after all, they were very shrewd and did not show their emotions on their faces. Besides, now that they had made the oath, they really could not attack each other. Brother Lien Zhen, let's enjoy our prey separately. Hakata no Orochi thought for a while. Now there was nothing to fear from Ian Greedy Wolf, so he might as well eat. Through the soul aura released when the oath was combined, Hakata no Orochi could confirm that all this was not an illusion. Good. Ian Greedy Wolf agreed and returned to Purple Star again. But at this moment, there was a sudden vibration in the cave. The soil cracked in an instant. Thick tree roots emerged at this moment, rolling up Mo Xiaofei and Purple Star's bodies and sucking them in. Hakata no Orochi and Ian Greedy Wolf's will, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, were dumbfounded at this moment. Their hearts were once again trampled by 10,000 wild boars stained with cow dung. These tree roots in their current state could not be touched. Once touched, not even dregs would be left. Not only could they not touch it, but they would also have to take a detour. Brother Lien Zhen, take me with you, I can't run. Brother Hakata, I'm not in a good state either. What's the purpose of you wrapping around my waist? On Yashuan Palace, when Izanami returned here again, she could not help but find a sense of security. The decayed body was lying behind the curtain of the hall at this time. Now, she had felt the real change of the world's authority. In Yen Wuiue's world, a terrifying thing was being born. It not only divided almost half of the world's authority, but it also provoked her unscrupulously. On the main hall of Yashuan Palace, cherry blossoms were scattered at this moment. In just a moment, cherry blossoms had covered the surroundings. On the sea of flowers, Meiji, who was wearing a white kimono but still maintained her fox demon state, walked slowly at this time. Below the heaven jade pillar, the roots of the cherry blossom tree were growing up at a very fast speed at this time. They circled around the heaven jade pillar and were about to grow to the top of Yashuan Palace. You have successfully divided half of Yen Wuiue. Why are you still not satisfied? Why do you have to fight me to the death? Izanami's mournful voice sounded from behind the curtain. Not enough. I haven't swallowed you, so Yen Wuiue doesn't really belong to me. Meiji's face was cold. After all, this Yen Wuiue is just an unreal dream that you weaved for yourself at first. You fantasize that Izanagi didn't abandon you because of your ugly face, and you want to change all this. In that case, enter my body. I can also give you the same dream, so that you will never wake up. I have an agreement with Erex. You can't. Izanami tore open the curtain. Her body was overflowing with viscous underworld water, decaying everything on Yashuan Palace. Then you should know that this kind of verbal agreement has no effect at all. Izanami's original ugly appearance became even uglier at this moment. Indeed, this kind of verbal agreement itself had no binding force. Do you think you can really deal with me with this general authority? Outside of this authority, I am the supreme creator of the Yen Wuya world. How can you fight against my divine power? Really? This kind of faith that relies on the world's population is really terrifying. When Yen Wuyua's people are in awe of you, you do have powerful divine power. But not now. Meiji sneered. Izanami, can you still extract the divine power of faith now? Under the nightmare of my world, they now believe in me. You. A thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit Yashuan Palace. The top of the entire hall burst open in an instant. Under the power of the thunderbolt, Izanami's flesh and blood rolled, and a sad cry sounded in Yashuan Palace. This is the magical power of the celestial fox of a monster bloodline in Kelowna in ancient times. It is especially effective for you, the god of incense faith. Meiji walked to Izanami's side and scrupulously and reached out to grab Izanami's heart. Under the strike of the heavenly thunder, Izanami's whole body became numb, and her soul trembled. For a while, she couldn't tell the direction, but she still instinctively felt the approaching danger. At this moment, Izanami made a crazy move. Like a woman who had been driven to a dead end, she shouted, "Even if I have to detonate this world of Yen Wuya, I won't allow you to devour me." Tremor. Starting from Yashuan Palace, the Yen Wuya world began to tremor violently. This was the center of the Yen Wuya world fragment where everything originated. If the space began to shatter from here, it would affect the entire world crazily. Meiji's face couldn't help but become a little more dignified, but she was not afraid to the extent of giving up. She said in a deep voice, "If you want to break it, then I will integrate it back again." The shattered space suddenly stopped at this time. Threads generated from the void began to claw these shattered space fragments at this moment. The places that originally began to shatter were strangely glued together. Izanami's face became more and more ugly. It's like the mutual devouring between single-celled organisms. Looking up at the sky of Yen Wuya, Boss Luo looked bored. In the world, creatures with spiritual wisdom have not yet been born. When there are only cells that act instinctively, they devour each other to strengthen themselves step by step. Finally, they reach the point of spiritual wisdom. The gods are really similar. Between the weak and the weak, between the weak and the weak, between the medium and the strong, they all take the path of evolution step by step. Listening to the boss's words, Taisetsu felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the logic. But after thinking about it, he couldn't tell what was wrong. The only thing that felt a little awkward was that the boss compared the gods to single-celled organisms. He just remembered this argument. Maybe he could understand it further in the future. After joining the club, a world far beyond the limits of his imagination was opening the tip of the iceberg in front of him. "Boss, isn't she dead? How can we let her inspect the goods?" The place where Boss Luo finally stopped was still under the huge cherry tree. But at this moment, the young witch's body had already become cold. The surrounding tree roots were entwined and then raised high, turning into a tree grave and lifting the young witch's body. Luaccio said at this time, "Not for her, but for another one." And Taisetsu was stunned, then thoughtfully looked at the shaking world of Yen Wuya. "Meiji?" Boss Luo nodded and suddenly said, "But before that, there is a business deal." With that, the boss suddenly smiled and then looked at Miss Maid. "Go and see what the customer needs." This business was solicited by Miss Maid, and the customer was naturally Izanami. The boss had his own hobbies and would do some small business. In Miss Maid's view, since this was the master's hobby, it was understandable. But after all, the club still needed a large source of profit. Luaccio didn't oppose this point. Miss Maid would also abide by this point on the premise that she could maximize the satisfaction of the master. This kind of rescue service is one of the most profitable projects. So Miss Maid smiled slightly and tore open the space, temporarily leaving Boss Luo. The reason why she didn't take Taisetsu with her this time was that he hadn't reached this level. Even if he had gotten a chance to practice, he was still far from that level. As for why the so-called rescue service was one of the most profitable projects, it was naturally because, when one had this level of power, there was no need to rely on the power of the altar. So the club had black soul envoys like Taisetsu who were inclined to fight in order to deal with this situation. Yen Yen Yen. Chapter 734. Izanami broke up with her husband Izanagi. She was heartbroken and finally returned to the Netherworld Kingdom. In fact, Izanami had also caused a ruckus after they broke off their relationship. She killed a fixed number of people in Izanagi's territory every day, while Izanagi created more people every day. In this way, Izanami was unable to kill all the people in Izanagi's territory. This kind of thing was very common in modern society. The wife's accidental disfigurement could not be recovered, and the fickle husband abandoned her. Although it was a very normal thing, when it happened to an abandoned wife, it was naturally a despair that would cause the sky to fall. That was why Izanami had returned to the Yellow Springs Kingdom in such despair. Later, a world fragment floated on the river of the Netherworld Kingdom. As an innate god, Izanami naturally knew the use of this fragment. If everything in the world could be redone, Izanami was really unwilling to give birth to the god of fire for Izanagi again. If she did not give birth to the god of fire, she would not die. In the end, she lost her beauty in the Netherworld Kingdom and became a terrible monster. She was a real monster. Izanami was also afraid to see her own appearance, so there was never any mirror hanging in the Yashuan Hall in the Yen Wuyua world. Now that the Yen Wuyua world was about to fall into the hands of the evil, Izanami was aware that she could do nothing. She planned to fight to the death and end it at this point. It was a relief. Not all innate godly puppets had the desire to pursue a higher level. What mortals fantasized and believed in was just a part of them. Izanami was not as great as the people she created imagined her to be. She was more willing to have a husband who could stay by her side and never leave her side on her long journey to God. But all this finally ushered in an end. This invader even had a way to solve her collapse of the Yen Wuyua world, which really made Izanami sad for a while. She weaved a world for herself where she could always be with her husband. How could she be willing to see this world about to fall into the hands of others? But what could she do even if she was unwilling? She couldn't beat him here, and she couldn't even die together with him. She couldn't help but recall what had happened to her from the moment she was abandoned. She looked at her own rotting flesh and felt disgusted with herself. When she thought of her grief, she began to weep. Izanami sighed. She flipped her hand, and a black card appeared in her hand. If it was that woman with great divine power, she should be able to solve everything for him easily. However, after she took out this black card, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Izanami looked at the culprit, who was eroding Yen Wuyua's world, Mickey. Mickey was motionless at this moment. Even the shattering and bonding of the world fragments with the Yasun Hall as the source stopped at this moment. The colors gradually faded, and everything turned gray and white. It was as if time had stopped. Yu Yi, who was wearing a black and white maid costume, came over with a smile. The maid seemed to have completely forgotten that Izanami had ruined a corner of her dress. "Guest, we heard your call. Is there anything you need?" Izanami glanced at the unconscious Mickey and the complete pause. She wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she had no way to describe her mood at this time. She even thought of one thing subconsciously. She and Erex fought with each other for this world fragment. Only the parties involved could understand the danger in it. But in the eyes of this greater divine power woman, and even the place behind her, was there any meaning to this battle? What kind of vision did the other party use to see all this? Was it the same as Izanami sitting in the Yasun Hall and looking at the mortal world? The realm and level were different. Izanami couldn't even figure out the other party's thoughts. Perhaps she couldn't get an answer that she thought was reasonable by imagination. "Are you going to deal with this Mickey?" Yu Yi asked suddenly. This was indeed a very tempting suggestion for Izanami. But in order to deal with Mickey, what did she have to pay? now that Mickey was strong and her strength was obviously above her? Could she afford to deal with Mickey, take back Yen Wuye's world again, and continue to immerse herself in the dreamlike, tender world? The answer was probably no. Izanami lowered her head and her mind was in a mess. She didn't know what she wanted for a while, but there must be something she wanted. Otherwise, this black card shouldn't be able to move. Guest, please think about what you want. The maid reminded her again, this is a space used to discuss with you, not a shelter for you to escape. Izanami knew this. At first, when everything began to pause, Izanami wanted to take advantage of Mickey's pause to kill her directly. If she couldn't, she would at least let herself recover some strength first. But she immediately found that she was also paused here. Only her mind could still move freely. Perhaps there was no barrier in this discussion. After this powerful woman left, everything would return to its original state. She was still at the point of being swallowed by Mickey. I want to return to my original state. Izanami said such a sentence faintly. She couldn't even figure out why she wanted this in the end. She thought that she should have more and better options. For example, she could let this powerful woman help her escape. When she recovered her strength, she could take back Yen Wuye's world again. Or she could directly ask her to help her kill Mickey. Yes, she should have had these options. They seem to be better options. You just want to return to your original state. Not just my appearance. I mean my original state. I mean when I was alive. Izanami thought for a while and finally made a complete addition. If she only wanted to return to her original state, Mickey would probably directly turn her into an ordinary person. When I was alive. Yi nodded and then fell silent for a moment. In Izanami's view, this powerful woman was not so much thinking at this time. It was better to say that she was waiting for something. For example, an order. Izanami was really curious about who was behind this, and what kind of existence could make such a powerful woman so obedient. Yes, but how do you want to pay? Don't ask me. Izanami shook her head. Why don't you just ask for a price? As long as I can accept it, it doesn't matter. Yi nodded and said indifferently, then we will give you a few options. First, your divine soul. Of course, when your life comes to an end, your divine soul will belong to us. Second, your divinity. Of course, there was a third option, but considering your current situation, this third option is automatically eliminated. What is the third option? Izanami asked somewhat unwillingly. True souls. 400,000 true souls. 400,000. Izanami opened her mouth in shock. The number of true souls in the entire Yen Wuye's world did not exceed 500,000. This was almost all of them, and these true souls were secretly kept by her in the Yellow Spring Kingdom. The Yen Wuye's world did not have a complete set of reincarnation physiques. It was not even like the main world, where there were some conditions for a false soul to evolve into a true soul. But now she had lost control of the Yen Wuye's world, and the true souls that she had brought had completely merged with the Yen Wuye's world and were branded with the mark of this small world. Naturally, she was inferior to the current Meiji in terms of ownership. After this negotiation failed and Yi left, this ownership would be directly lost. But even though she said that it did not matter if it was acceptable, Izanami did not expect that the other party would ask for such a high price, either the divine soul or the divinity of the origin. As an innate god, Izanami naturally knew that the death of a god was not the true death. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into the Yellow Spring Kingdom after giving birth to the fire god, using an almost indestructible divine soul in exchange for a limited divine life, but the divinity of the origin. Once she lost the divinity of the origin, she would lose all possibility of evolution. Not to mention the question of how much divine power could be preserved, it was also a question of whether she could preserve the level of low-level divine power. God. Izanami hesitated for a few times. She knew deeply that the other party would not allow her to keep delaying here. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, What if what I want is for you to help me take back the Yen Wuyue's world? After taking back the Yen Wuyue's world, I can pay with as many true souls as you want. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Yu Yi smiled and said, Now the judgment of the Yen Wuyue's world. It doesn't belong to you. Since it doesn't belong to you, we hope that you can take out the corresponding thing as a mortgage. Or my divine soul, or the divinity of the origin, Izanami asked bitterly. After all, you can't take out anything that can be equal to a fragment of the world. Yu Yi nodded. Did Arax also make such a mortgage? Izanami's eyes suddenly lit up as she asked. Yu Yi said indifferently, We keep the customer's request confidential. Of course, if the customer reveals it himself, it's not within the scope of our confidentiality. But Arax only wanted to help, while Izanami's request was to take back the world. The price to be paid was naturally different. Izanami couldn't know the agreement between Arax and the club. On the one hand, she vaguely felt that this confidentiality agreement could be broken, as long as she was willing to buy this information. Otherwise, the club's so-called promise of being able to sell anything was tantamount to slapping themselves in the face. But the problem was that if she wanted to buy it, she naturally had to pay, but using her divine soul and the divinity of the origin as a mortgage. Let her divine soul, or the divinity of the origin, be marked by the club first. Even if she exchanged her true soul later, how could she be sure that the other party didn't do anything to her divine soul or the divinity of the origin? The divinity of the origin. Izanami took a deep breath and said, The first request, please help me restore my state when I was alive. Losing the divinity of the origin was indeed extremely fatal for the innate gods, but at least, after losing the divinity of the origin, there was still a way to get it back. Since the club accepted the true souls, she could just get more true souls and buy them from the club in the future. As for the Yen Wuyue world, even if it had been taken away by the evil, there was still a chance to get it back in the future, of course. This process might be very long or extremely difficult, but in general it was not a dead end. Are you sure? Yu Yi suddenly asked, Customer, you can also choose to use the divinity of the origin as a mortgage. In fact, I'm more inclined to let you take back the Yen Wuyue world. After all, even if you lose 400,000 true souls, this world fragment will still be yours. No, just help me restore my state when I was alive. Izanami slowly closed her eyes. Okay, please wait a moment. Yu Yi nodded. The servant girl opened her slender white palm, and a black flame scattered. This flame could burn up the chi of Netherworld in Izanami's body. Without the chi of Netherworld in her body, the cost of resurrection would be much less. The lifespan of the master would naturally be greatly reduced. As a qualified servant girl serving her master, how could she not help her master make the most profit and save more expenses? Mickey had such an illusion, as if she had experienced something, and then it was done in just a moment, but she didn't know what had happened. However, it was clear that nothing had changed. But Mickey was keenly aware that the shattering of the world fragment seemed to have stopped, so she could easily glue the broken fragments back together again. Izanami in front of her suddenly stopped moving, just looking at her with a deep meaning. Mickey frowned. Have you given up resisting? If so, I can give you a happy dream. You won't even know that you are dreaming. Is it worth it for you to do this for this man? Izanami's body was still rotten, but her voice suddenly didn't sound so unpleasant, it even sounded a little soft. Oh, is this your last struggle? Mickey sneered. You want to drive a wedge between me and Sir Arax? Izanami shook her head, lowered her head, and suddenly smiled bitterly. I have spent countless years thinking about a problem. In fact, I am the same as you. You take care of yourself. Izanami's body suddenly dissipated directly. Mickey was startled. Izanami's disappearance even exceeded all her perception. However, when Izanami disappeared, the power of Yen Wuyue's world was integrated into her body. In just a moment, she became the real master of Yen Wuyue's world. The whole process could be said to be done in one go without any delay. It was so smooth that Mickey was even stunned. Yasun Hall began to collapse after this, and the heavenly jade pillar also began to crack. The traces left by his enemy in Yan Wui's world were disappearing quickly. Mickey finally left this place with a hint of doubt. My lord, the world you wanted, Meiji has finally gotten it for you. When Mickey returned to the cherry blossom tree, her face changed drastically in an instant. It was not that Erex, who was being treated by the cherry blossom tree, was hurt, but she saw the guy who made Sir Erex fearful here. That boss. Naturally, the maid next to the boss was also there. Looking at Yi, Mickey felt a burning pain in her throat. Now that I am the real master of Yan Wui's world, can I? But when Mickey met the maid's gaze, she subconsciously gave up this idea. You, what are you doing here? Mickey was surprised, but she quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Erex. Even though she clearly felt that the boss didn't seem to care much about Sir Erex, who was healing. Congratulations, you have become the master of Yan Wui's world. Boss Luo smiled slightly. Mickey frowned, remembering the deal between Erex and Luochio, and said sternly, I will pay for the true soul that Sir Erex promised you. Please return Sir Erex's box as soon as possible. No hurry. We will never touch the things pledged by the customer. Boss Luo shook his head. But before that, can you help me look at something? What is it? Mickey frowned. Chapter 735. The roots of the trees were entwined all around. Wherever they were basically covered by the roots of the huge cherry tree. It was as if it was absorbing all the nutrients of the entire world of Yan Wui. Looking at such a desolate world of Yan Wui, Yamato Naoki suddenly felt a kind of heartache, but there was nothing he could do. As for the Greedy Wolf, who had just formed an alliance, Yamato Naoki did not count on him at all now. If these roots continue to grow, I'm afraid that in the end, even you and I won't be able to escape. Hakata, you've been operating in this world of Yan Wui for so many years. Don't you have any other way? Greedy Wolves will asked anxiously at this time. Hakata said helplessly, I've been sealed for thousands of years, and I've only broken the seal in the past few days. I originally thought that I could do something big, but I didn't expect my condition to be worse than when I was sealed. I don't know when I'll be able to recover from this injury. Brother Lianzhen, I know you're not feeling well, but I'm also very sad. The black shadow formed by Greedy Wolves will stopped at this time. It was really unwilling to fall into the tiger's mouth, right after it had just obtained freedom. Unless... Yamato no Orochi wanted to say something, but stopped. Unless what? Greedy Wolves will hurriedly asked. Unless you and I leave the world of Yan Wui and return to the main world. Hakata's voice carried a trace of seriousness. These roots have already spread to the entire world of Yan Wui, which means that the guy behind it has most likely already mastered the world of Yan Wui, and may even become the real master of Yan Wui. With your and my current condition, not to mention plotting anything, I'm afraid we can't even resist. The only thing we can do now is to leave and wait for the day we make a comeback. Greedy Wolves was silent for a moment, and then said, You've stayed in Yan Wui for so many years. Are you really willing to leave like this? Yamato no Orochi said indifferently, Brother Lianjin, have you ever heard of this saying, you have to be alive to have the capital? The will of the Greedy Wolf suddenly laughed. It was a kind of creepy laughter. You are able to let go. Well, the Greedy Wolf star and the Lianjin star are the Big Dipper in the sky. As long as the stars shine, you will never lose your way. We will meet again sooner or later. But how are we going to leave? Hakata said, When I entered this world fragment in the past, I left a path of retreat for myself, just in case. With its help, I can escape from Yan Wui's world. Brother Lianzhen, if you trust me, then attach yourself to my body. You and I have already made an oath. We are even closer than blood brothers, so why can't we accept it? Brother Hakata, it's up to you now. After saying that, the black shadow, transformed by greedy wolves, will quietly merged into the purple snake's body. Yamato no Orochi didn't hesitate. It looked back and suddenly felt like a tiger that had fallen from the sky. It had experienced a lot in its life. It had encountered worse situations than now, but it had survived all of them. Every dog has its day. No one could tell what would happen in the future. Kelowna finally went back. It didn't know what the situation of Xianglu clan was now. The figure of the purple snake gradually went away. Hakata suddenly felt like a wanderer returning home. Mo Xiaofei had forgotten how many times he had woken up in a daze. Blue sky, white clouds, mountain stream, and tree shadows swaying. Looking at the familiar scene, Mo Xiaofei just stood there quietly. Not far away, a girl with a basket on her back was walking with her head lowered, full of worries. He returned to this place, to this very first day. Mo Xiaofei knew where he was. This time, he didn't feel agitated or uneasy. He even had the interesting thought that this ability to go back to the past was really heaven-defying. If it was used on the protagonist of a certain type of novel, this was clearly a cheat code that was activated from the very beginning to see the opportunity and seize all kinds of advantages. But it was a pity that this ability could only be used for 3 days, so it was actually useless. Mo Xiaofei silently recited the Heart Sutra in his heart, but he became calmer. Actually, he was still a little tired mentally, but he felt that he was in a better state. Looking at the village girl, carrying a basket, walking towards him out of curiosity, Mo Xiaofei recalled the scenes she might have experienced long ago. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. Bamboo. He whispered the name softly. The approaching girl seemed to have found a stranger in this place. Judging from his appearance, he should be a master warrior. But when her eyes met the master warrior's, she saw the master warrior waving to her. Sir, are you calling me? Bamboo was a little uneasy. Can I stay here tonight? Mo Xiaofei smiled slightly. I'm a little tired after traveling to this place. Bamboo was taken aback. She looked at the strong and tall master warrior, who was far more handsome than the men in the village. In her impression, only the second young Master Shin of the Nagato family could be compared to him. When she prayed for the new year this year, she glanced at the second young Master Shin of the Nagato family from a distance. She wondered how there could be such a good-looking person in the world. But the warrior in front of him was not to be outdone. He even had a slightly more heart-throbbing temperament than the second young Master Shin, a feeling that could make people feel reliable. Yes. Bamboo lowered her head, slightly uneasily. There was a slight blush on her face. Then lead the way. Mo Xiaofei nodded. Bamboo led the handsome master warrior into the unripe rice village. At this time, Mo Xiaofei once again looked at the village he had seen countless times. He suddenly recalled some fragments of the unripe rice village when it was destroyed. It felt like a lifetime ago. This time, I wonder if Purple Star will appear again? Bamboo, in a few days you will be 14 years old, right? Mo Xiaofei suddenly asked on the way. Yeah, in 3 days it will be the day of the sacrifice. Bamboo answered subconsciously. Then, she suddenly felt incredible. She opened her mouth slightly and said in surprise, Master, how do you know Bamboo's name? You also know my birthday? Because I have the ability of foresight. Mo Xiaofei stopped and looked at Bamboo seriously. I can see the future. Ah. Bamboo was taken aback. Then she shook her head. Obviously, she did not believe the master warrior's words, even if he was a noble samurai for civilians. I know you don't believe it, but I can prove it. Mo Xiaofei waved his hand and suddenly pointed to the front. After a while, a group of grandfather and grandson will come out. The child will fall because he wants to play, and his right knee will be on his hand. Bamboo looked over subconsciously and waited quietly for a moment. She saw an old man walking over with a pile of firewood on his back. A child followed behind him. Bamboo recognized the child. He was a naughty child. Then The child suddenly tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Sure enough, there was a graze on his right knee, and it was bleeding. The child began to cry. In the field over there, we'll catch a snake later. Emo Xiaofei pointed again. Bamboo looked again, and the farmer suddenly shouted to catch the snake. Not long after, several farmers nearby worked together to catch a big snake. A group of wild geese will fly over from the west. There will be 23 of them. Emo Xiaofei said again. The two people will have a dispute and then fight. The one on the left will be beaten to the ground first. Along the way, every time Emo Xiaofei talked about something, it would happen immediately. At first, Bamboo was in disbelief, then fear, then awe, and now he was worshipping Emo Xiaofei like a god. Now, do you believe it? Emo Xiaofei looked at Bamboo and suddenly asked. Bamboo nodded fearfully at this time. She knelt on the ground and dared not to raise her head. Sir, are you a god? Me. Emo Xiaofei paused. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that I see an evil curse on you. In fact, whether it is you or the women in the village I saw along the way, I can see this evil curse on them. Ah, sir. Bamboo raised her head in panic. You even know this. I don't only know this. I even have a way to help you break this curse. Emo Xiaofei nodded, so that you will no longer be hurt by this curse. Ah, really? Bamboo's eyes shone brightly. If it weren't for the pain from kneeling on the ground, she would have thought that she was dreaming again, a dream that all the women in the unripe rice village dreamed of. I'll go to the square in the village that is about to be built for the ritual. Emo Xiaofei said indifferently, You gather all the women in the village. I naturally have a way to break this curse for you. After saying that, Emo Xiaofei turned around and walked towards the place he mentioned without looking back. However, he didn't walk normally. Instead, his body flew up from the ground, right in front of the bamboo, flying into the air. Not only Bamboo saw this scene, but the people not far away also noticed the scene. When the people in the unripe rice village saw Bamboo kneeling on the ground at this time and saw a man who could fly, they immediately thought that they had met a walking god. They knelt down in awe. Bamboo gritted her teeth, stood up abruptly, and mustered up her courage. This sir said that he can help us break the curse on us. He wants us to go to the ritual square to find him. If someone said that he could break the village's curse, no one would believe it. After all, even the shrines which was helpless. But even the shrines which didn't have the ability to fly on the clouds. This was a descending god. The news of the god appearing and intending to lift the curse for the women in the village spread quickly. In less than half a day, it had spread throughout the unripe rice village and even into the Nagato family. In the Nagato family, when Nagato Munekika heard the news, he, who had always been calm, frowned. At the same time, he showed a strange smile. But no matter how lively the unripe rice village became, Emo Xiaofei, who had come to the land for the ritual early, sat cross-legged in front of the split statue at this time. He recalled at this time. In fact, there were still some things that didn't make sense in the 1-year reset time he had experienced before. In the beginning, Bamboo told him that the former witch died because of the curse, and the witch who just took over was less than 14 years old. However, when he and Zixing successfully arrived on the 4th day, the witch who appeared on the ritual square was obviously a middle-aged woman. This contradiction could clearly explain something. However, the villagers of the unripe rice village didn't feel anything wrong with such an obvious contradiction. Come to think of it, the villagers of this unripe rice village couldn't be taken seriously. Everything here was Tsuruko Nagato's dream. Later on the 4th day, the people of unripe rice village disappeared one by one, which proved this point. As for why these people disappeared at different times, Emo Xiaofei had a certain idea in his mind. That was, the villagers who disappeared early were those that Tsuruko Nagato didn't have a deep impression of. The ones who disappeared later were those that Tsuruko Nagato had a deeper memory. As for the scene in the Longevity Underground Palace, It was probably something that Tsuruko Nagato was about to engrave into her bones. Naturally, it could be maintained until the end. As Masakazu thought to himself, a group of people slowly walked in front. At first, they just approached slowly, seeming to be afraid. Mo Xiaofei saw a few familiar faces. They were the people who were nearby when he flew away. At this time, these people had on their faces. Behind these people was Bamboo. Behind Bamboo, there were a few village girls. Mo Xiaofei knew these playmates who had a good relationship with Bamboo. Apart from that, not many people came. However, Mo Xiaofei saw the people of the Nagato family coming over. Nagato, Munikika didn't come. I heard that you can lift the curse of the village? At this time, a servant of the Nagato family walked out and asked in a deep voice, You should know that the unripe rice villages which also suffered. How can you say that you can lift this curse? Everyone, don't be fooled by this guy. He must be pretending to be mysterious. He wants to get benefits from our village. Whether it works or not, you will know after you try. Mo Xiaofei said slowly. At the same time, he who was meditating floated in front of everyone at this moment. When had these remote villagers ever seen such a miraculous power? Only the legendary immortals could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Seeing Mo Xiaofei's action, the evil servant of the Nagato family was also frightened at this moment. His head was full of cold sweat and his body trembled. Thinking of the disrespectful words he had just said, he knelt on the ground with a thud. Ah, sir, can you really help us lift the curse on our bodies? A village girl trembled and walked out from behind Bamboo. Her face was full of excitement. Mo Xiaofei waved his hand, and 2 white pills flew out from his hand at this time. The pills flew to the front of the village girl and stopped. This was the means of the immortal master again. Everyone was even more amazed when they saw it. Mo Xiaofei said indifferently, These 2 pills are specially refined by me with immortal technique. Take it back and find 2 cursed women to take it. Whether it works or not, you will know tomorrow. But I won't force you to take it or not. However, your life is yours. If you don't even have the courage to resist, don't dare to try, and would rather be dominated by the curse to live, then I can't help you. The village girl stretched out her hand, trembling as she wandered around the 2 white pills in the air. She didn't dare to grab them. However, Bamboo next to him gritted her teeth and reached out to grab the 2 pills. Then she looked at Mo Xiaofei. Sir, I believe in you. I won't let you down. On the streets of Tokyo, under the neon lights, men and women of all shapes and sizes were walking on the streets. Night had just arrived, but in this bustling city, there was still a place that remained peaceful. Those who lived near here were those who had great influence on the country. Some people who hid behind the conquest, but could control the government. They might be the owners of large financial groups, or ancient families involved in all walks of life, or high-ranking bureaucrats. Even because of the country's style of work, there were also those big figures who were active in social organizations. The Suzuki family was such a family that could participate in the national machinery. In a room used to store valuables in the Suzuki family, at this time, an old box suddenly trembled slightly. Not long after, the box suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a thud. The box fell open, and a black bead rolled out of the box. This bead was made of an unknown material. It was neither jade nor gold. At this time, the bead suddenly emitted traces of purple smoke. The purple smoke slowly gathered together and finally turned into the shape of a small purple snake. Brother Lianzhen, we are finally out.